which is stated as thus: 1, full settlement of bilateral obligations; 2, Treasury single account; 3, the bank now commands an acceptable brand in the market; 4, the bank is on the path to sustain profitability; 5, the published financial statement in the last 3 years shows improved prudential ratios; 6, the bank is a challenger in the banking space; 7, the bank has developed a digital footprint; 8, the deposit and total asset size of the bank are more than 1 trillion naira, thereby making the bank a key player in the economy. Convinced that given the above, and especially the urgent need for the confidence in the bank and Nigerian financial sector, which was restored by the CBN intervention, and which the bank and sector currently enjoys, is not lost. Accordingly, the House resolves to: 1, direct the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to immediately suspend the sale of Polaris Bank PLC until the Central Bank of Nigeria, the NDIC, and the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria have concluded all processes for an open, transparent, competitive bid in line with best practice and procedure for divestment of this nature. 2, appoint an ad hoc committee of the House of Representatives to, within 21 days, review the total outlay by the federal government of Nigeria in Polaris Bank and account for the entire financial input in the bank by the federal government of Nigeria through the Central Bank of Nigeria, the NDIC, and AMCON. Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues, I so move.
Honorable Lekki.
Honorable Lekki, this is my name. I represent the good people of Yagba Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion as moved by my brother and friend, Honorable Henry Nwauba. I so second.
I thought you have an additional title.
Yes, sir. It's a privilege given to me by Your Excellency. I would like to be addressed as the Asiwaju of Yoruba Kano and Asiwaju of Alu Kingdom. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And I think colleagues should take note of that. No, it's a title given to him. We shall still go to celebrate. Thank you. Respected colleagues, I believe this is a very straightforward motion. If you will grant permission, I now put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's it. Yes, my leader and brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Onofio Akpan Luke. By the grace of God, I hold the mandate of the people of Etinan, Nseribo, Msurubium, Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 8, Rule 4 of this House on a matter of urgent national importance, on the need to investigate the circumstances of the setting ablaze of the oil vessel allegedly involved in the oil theft by security operatives. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the suspension of relevant rules of this House to allow me to take this matter of urgent public importance. Thank you.
Seconded to the motion. I don't know. I won't recognize the leader because I don't know whether it's among the oil Mongols. Yes, Mikey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I'm Abubakar Maki Elleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Malamuduri Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion heavily moved by my honorable colleague. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respected colleagues, those in favor of the motion that The matter presented by our brother is urgent, and I will suspend our rules and enable him to take it now. Say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Luke, you may go ahead to present your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, on your Luke 18 and Nsiribom Surubium Federal Constituency, I hold the mandate of the people by the grace of God. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for this opportunity and thank my colleagues for the grace. Mr. Speaker, a motion on the urgent need to investigate the circumstances of the setting ablaze of oil vessel allegedly involved in oil theft by security operatives. The House notes that oil theft is a problem that has existed for a long time in the Niger Delta and has caused serious environmental degradation of the region and has negatively impacted on the revenue generation of Nigeria, causing the country to lose about 470,000 barrels of oil per day, amounting to $700 million monthly, according to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. The House as well notes that there has been several new reports that high-power technology is applied in the stealing of crude, particularly at the Focados line, and transported through a 4-kilometer pipeline to a platform in the sea, with as much as 200 barrels of oil, crude oil reported to have been stolen every day from the location since 2014. The House appreciates the responsiveness of the private security firm, the Tantita Security Services, in curbing oil theft, which led to the apprehending of an illegal oil bunkering vessel and handing same to the security agency. Disturbed about the reported destruction of the said vessel by the security operatives, instead of preserving same as evidence for prosecution purposes. The House resolves to, 1, urge the investigation of the circumstances and the reason for the destruction of the illegal bunkering vessel by the security operatives, instead of preserving it for evidentiary use in the prosecution of the matter. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Seconder. Your Royal Highness. I thought I have only one Royal Highness. Behind you, sir. I don't know. No, you have not announced to the House, so until we announce to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I'm Representative Gibeon Fitila Goroki from Guyuk Shalom Federal Constituency in Adamawa State. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to second the motion as moved by my honorable colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Respected colleagues, I guess this is another straightforward motion. So I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. But I think let no person make mistake that the House is totally against illegal bunkering, and that the House is in support of the military and the federal government for every action it will take to stem this menace. What we are witnessing today is sufficient, and that raised the concern that there was concurrence, even though there wasn't any sharing of idea between the two presiding officers. The Senate President and the Speaker spoke on the day budget was presented. We are at the peak, and at times our actions and the actions of the security and the judiciary is what informs some of these actions. I give example to what is happening with the kidnappers and those who have been found guilty from the local sources, not being guilty. You find a culprit, at the end of the day, they are taken, before you know it, they are set free. And if these people who are sabotaging our economy, and we have declared that these are saboteurs for our nation, who do not want our survival, I think maybe not going to the extreme. Destroying vessel is nothing in comparison to the damage they are doing to our country. So, thank you. But I think more drastic measures should be taken. I agree that they should be allowed evidence to be shown in court, but more stiffer measures and penalties need to be done to stem this menace. Thank you. Respected colleagues, the business of the day is presentation of 4 bills. I now invite the clerk to read their short titles.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation Act, Repeal and Enactment Bill 2022, first reading. Standards Organization of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2022, first reading. National Directorate of Employment Act Amendment Bill 2022, first reading. Federal Character Commission Act Amendment Bill 2022, first reading.
Respected colleagues, the second business of the day is presentation of 2 reports of the Committee on Culture and Tourism. Standing the name of Honorable Hassan Abdullahi. Honorable Abdullahi is invited to present the reports. Jamalus. We are supposed to receive a report from the Committee on Culture and Tourism. The chairman is not available. Huh?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure we have received that report.
You schedule it.
Yes, I move to step down this matter, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Presidential report step down by the leave of the House. 1 and 2. Thank you. The second business of the day is presentation of report of the Committee on Culture again and transcendent of Honorable Hassan Abdullahi. So, because of his absence again, okay, step down, but thank you. The first business of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to authorize the issue of the consolidated revenue fund of the Federation, the total sum of 20,570,942,180,704 naira only, of which 744,101,468,797 naira only is for statutory transfers. 6,557,611,797 naira only is debt service. 8,271,882,354,405 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 4,934,352,745,705 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for the capital expenditure for the year 31st December 2021. Standing the name of the House Leader, all members recall that the bill was read the first time on Friday, 7th October 2022. Today, today is first allotted day. I now invite the leader to move that the bill be read the second time. Leader, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
OON.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, who today doubles as the Deputy Speaker as well, Alhaji Idris Ahmed Wase, CON.
That is not my bargain.
My respected colleagues, I remain Honorable Ado Dogwa. Mr. Speaker, honorable members representing the good people of Chudunwada, Dogwa Federal Constituency. I know very well, honorable members know that I come from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if you may all wish, you can add to my name OON of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as directed. To move for the second reading, Mr. Speaker, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation, the total sum of 20,507,942,180,704 naira only, of which 744,109,468,797 naira only is for statutory transfers. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the sum of 6,557,597,611,797 naira only is for debt service. 8,271,882,354,405 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 4,934,352,745,705 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2023. HB 2084. Mr. Speaker, being the first day allotted for debate, I therefore move that this bill be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Dodi Godwin Elumelu, and I represent the good people of Anyocho Shumili Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. I rise to second the motion moved by the House Leader, Right Honorable Adodogwa OOM. I so second.
Leader, please lead the debate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My respected colleagues, honorable members, once again, Honorable Ado Dogwa remains my name. Mr. Speaker, I represent Tudunwada Dogwa Federal Constituency. I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and put on record that by the grace and the leave of my honorable colleagues, members of the 9th House of Representatives, I today stand and rise
Order, please.
as the leader of this very honorable House. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to commence making history once again. Mr. Speaker, history in the sense that we have last week received, Mr. President, presenting the 2023 appropriation bill for our consideration. Mr. Speaker, this singular act of Mr. President was not only a ritual. I think it is a constitutional duty and constitutional responsibility for this democratic institution to exercise our responsibility as representatives of the people. Mr. Speaker, by relevant provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my distinguished colleagues know that this House is not only the custodians of Nigerian laws, but it is a representation and an epitome of the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerian people. So members, today the House has decided through the leadership to allot this day being the first day for consideration of the 2023 appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, like you have rightly said during the presentation, and Mr. President too acknowledged that the submission of the bill itself was only a presentation of an estimate budget of what we proposed by the government to spend and what we also expect will come into the government as revenue. I want to repeat, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, that this is a mere estimate. The right and the authority to make it a bill, to make it a law, to make it actionable by the government resides in these hallowed chambers. So I would like members to take this very seriously. And while I'm doing that, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the honorable members to the fact that for quite long, through the 3 years we have come, we have manifested and exhibited all sense of nationalism, all sense of patriotism, and we have also decided to be a friendly legislature with the government of the day. This has succeeded in allowing the government impact positively in so many areas of our lives and the lives of our people, and I hope members will keep this in mind and let us do it again. Mr. Speaker, according to Mr. President, this is a budget, he said, a budget of sustainability and transition. Of course, it's a budget of transition because Mr. President has laid before this chamber the last appropriation bill which he should lay in his tenure. So I want to believe we must look at those key areas, especially in the area of consolidation of the ongoing projects. Most of these projects, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you can agree with me, are the legacy projects of the Buhari administration. And the Buhari administration legacies are called his signature projects. And by extension, they are also legacy projects that we should all be proud of as an institution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to, through you, seek the leave of the House to give this document a very favorable consideration, to also remember that while we are doing that we are transiting into another government. I believe Allah in his own mercy will allow us to transit into the right hands to be able to perfect honors of very good jobs or very good works and projects initiated by this government. Mr. Speaker, in the area of infrastructure, in the area of tertiary education, and in the area of supply of power, Mr. Speaker, you know there are a lot of challenges. Mr. President has allotted enough funds to be able to address some of these problems. The security problem that we have been facing, I believe my brother, the Right Honorable Leader of the minority, will bear with me that in recent days, the government has shown enough concern and enough commitment to address our security problems. Some of the funding provided in this budget are meant to continue to consolidate to address these security problems that we are facing as a country. No government, of course, no government, I repeat, no government will be happy to see its security architecture or security situation deteriorating. And that is why Mr. President has allocated enough funds to address our security problems. The recent issue of ASU is one major thing that is of concern to the leadership of this House and is of concern to the entire membership of this House. Provisions have been made to address some of those commitments that we have made through the leadership of the House of Representatives, of course by Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Bajabiamila, who has taken a very passionate zeal and concern to be able to resolve the ASU crisis. Nigerians are living witnesses. My members, you are part of the procedure. We have also provided funds to address this lingering issue of ASU crisis. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the issue of subsidy, oil subsidy, you can also remember that through this 9th Assembly, the House and the Senate, we have been able to pass a bill, an unprecedented bill that we are all proud of, the PIA, which is now an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is a baby child of this institution. So provisions have been made to address the issue of subsidy only for the period of 6 months. And thereafter, Nigeria will now go straight into a full-fledged subsidy-free regime, which of course is one of the major things why other countries in the globe are succeeding in the area of oil and gas. So these are some of the key factors I would like to bring to the fore and to your own attention, honorable members, and I hope while we continue considering this bill, considering these provisions and submission by Mr. President, we will do justice to the bill and do justice to Nigerians. My brother, the leader of minority, I want to use this opportunity to thank you once again for the cooperation you have been extending to this administration, for the sustenance of some of the sustainable goods we are doing in the name of the Buhari administration. I wish you very well, and I congratulate you for the national honor you have received yesterday through Mr. President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Ndudi Elimelu, OON. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Silence, please. Silence, please.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you will not forget to recognize my brother as OON. He is there seated for the first time. I think you need to respect it, give him that respect.
Silence, please. This is a very important debate. Please, silence. Listen attentively. This is the budget debate. Please.
Maybe a subtle reminder to our colleagues. This hall doesn't have the sound absorption like we used to have in our chambers. So any little contribution in terms of side talk distorts the information being passed in terms of apprehension and comprehension of what is being said. I want to beg our colleagues to please listen to our colleagues in silence as contained in our House Standing Order. I want to beg for that understanding, and so that we'll now do justice to the matter. And I will beg that we give us a maximum so that we allow members to contribute as much as possible. Maximum of 2 minutes for contribution in the debate. I want to beg for that understanding. Thank you very much. And Chibu, take note. We said 2 minutes, and we're going to adhere to it strictly. Thank you. We have indicated, members have submitted names. Those who want to contribute are still advised to come forward to the clerk and submit their names. We're going to follow the list strictly. Thank you. Yes. Mazi, I thought you are out of the country. I said, I thought you are out of the country.
Now, honorable colleagues, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Tobi Okechukwu, and I represent an area of Goji River Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I think this budget is historical, because this is the last time this session of the Assembly will be compelled by duty and by law to do its job, and that is to pass the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we want also to commend the President for bringing the budget, and he has also approached but that is as good as it goes. He has brought it. It has become a document of the House. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, it is quite important to state that the things the budget do not contain are very critical. First and foremost, the benchmarks as established. We have 435 naira exchanging to the dollar. In the real market and black market is 740 naira. It's a complete distortion of reality. And we have operated that way, running two parallel markets regarding to the exchange rate of this country. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, The oil benchmark today, or the benchmark we have is, as per OPEC quota, is 169 barrels per day, 1.6 million barrels per day. Today, what we have, or what we have set out to do, is less than 1.8 that we should be doing. Unfortunately, the insecurity situation in the Niger Delta, the level of debt, and the haste that is going on in the oil industry has made this impossible. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I do not know where you set out a goal to harvest 1.8 million barrels of oil per day, and you come short of it 50%. Today we are doing 800. And if this economy is hemorrhaging, it is hemorrhaging to the effect that we are not able to achieve what we are supposed to do. And you begin to question, who are the superintendents? Suddenly, we are not able to meet up anything. Suddenly, we are discovering that a pipeline has been existing for the harvest of petroleum products, and it is not official. And they have a platform that is out there in the sea. Then we are supposed to have electronic security gadgets monitoring the sector. And suddenly, we are paying private contractors, security contractors, to do our supervision in the oil sector. And they are discovering, including shiploads of petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, it is quite unfortunate that we have people superintending this, and it is...
Silence, please, silence, please, silence.
And it's happening in their very faces, and nobody has been sacked. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, what is also sad is that the level of borrowing that has been done, last budget we did 3.5 trillion. Today we are going to borrow.
Well, I will beg my leader, we have given him more than 4 minutes, and so try and run up.
Okay, I will.
Please.
Well, the convention is that leaders of majority will have their sufficient time, leaders of opposition will have sufficient time, then members. That is the rule of parliament. But in any case, Mr. Speaker...
Can you quote the relevant rules?
I said by practice. Well, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the debt servicing we are going to do for next budget is going to be from 3.6, we are going to do 6.31 trillion. If you combine that with recurrent expenditure, what we are going to spend on overheads, personnel, it consumes about more than 70% of the budget. What is left for production? How can a country who is spending that amount of money be able to be productive? Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we need to take steps back. And let me remind you, the PIA Act that was done by this parliament presupposes that subsidy should have been withdrawn. Continuous subsidy of petroleum products is a breach of that law. Subsidizing petroleum products is a breach of that law. And we are continuing to do it when Mr. President, when he was a candidate, claimed that oil subsidy is a scam. I am surprised that this scam is continuing to run. And it has been amplified by this government. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, time is of essence if we have to face our reality. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I will suggest and I will advise this parliament to be courageous and do its job. Suddenly, we are reducing subsidy to 6 months, first half of the year, because it's been an election issue. The government had no courage to undertake that enterprise. The subsidy is coming off from the second half of next year. It has been political. It's not driven by patriotism. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I think this House should be courageous. We should face our reality and ensure that we retool the budget so that it can be effective for Nigerians. The last government of Goodluck Jonathan budgeted 4.8 trillion. Now we are budgeting 20 trillion. If you check the amount in dollars, they are the same amount. It's about $30 billion. And today you can see how the country has been run aground. Thank you very much. Parliament will do its job and will retool the budget accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I thought you would have been courageous to say that as part of the own, you will lead the removal of subsidies, since you know you are going against the act. As opposition to lead that, we have to start, and then you come out strongly to speak to Nigerians. And speaking in the manner all of us will understand that, yes, it's not political, and that you are patriotic, and it's for the interest of the country. Thank you. Yes, sir. Whip.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohamed Tair Monguno. I represent Marte Monguno, Nganzai Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution, I want to take off the deputy leader of the opposition on some of the points that he raised. First and foremost, he alluded to the fact that our debt is no longer sustainable, that government is borrowing too much. I wish to counter him to the effect that our debt to GDP ratio is still within the sustainable bound because it is 40%, while the international threshold or international standard for debt to GDP ratio is 55%. Our own now stands at 40%. So our debt to GDP ratio is still sustainable, and there is no cause for alarm, as raised by the deputy leader of the opposition. So the government deserves a pat on the back for keeping our debt to GDP ratio within the sustainable limit allowed by international threshold. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I also want to seize this opportunity to commend the government, most especially with regard to the issue of budget implementation. In spite of the revenue shortfall, in spite of the revenue constraints, government has been meticulously and religiously implementing the budget to the extent that government has promised implementing budget 100% by the end of this budget year. And so far, about 70% implementation stage has been attained. Government deserves a pat on the back for that. We are all living witnesses to what happened in the past. We are all students of history to what happened in the past, where some governments implement budget only to the level of 30% or 40%. But this government, since inception, has been implementing budget 100%. So the government deserves a pat on the back, and implementation of budget 100% is a way of bringing dividends of democracy to the doorsteps of the people. It's a way of catapulting the country's economy to a more higher growth and sustainable development. The observation I want to make is, again, is with regard to revenue generation. There is a need for government to bring more Nigerians into the tax net so that there will be more tax for the purpose of implementing our budget and also avert a situation whereby we are having challenges in terms of revenue to implement the budget. We are going to do that by way of focusing more such light on revenue generating agencies so that whatever revenue they generate, it will be brought to the government coffers. Then the issue of diversification of the economy. The economy should be diversified so that our source of revenue should not be mono. Our economy should not be a mono economy, but there should be other sources of revenue like mining and agriculture, of which Nigeria has comparative advantage and has potential and vast potentials if exploited to the benefit of the people. So, Mr. Speaker, foreign members, I also commend the government for taking the bold step by exiting the issue of subsidy in the next 6 months, because this is a scheme that has been taking trillions of naira that ordinarily supposed to have gone to funding our much needed infrastructure needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lekki.
Minutes. Are you the? Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Honorable Lekki Abejide is my name, the Asiwaju of Yoruba Kano and Asiwaju of Alu Kingdom. I represent the good people of Yagba East, Yagba West, and Mopamuru Federal Constituency. I'm from Kogi State. Let me start by appreciating the National Assembly for keeping to its promise of January
Silence, please.
cycle
Silence, please.
of the budget. The National Assembly has been doing its own job very well by passing this budget on time. Your Excellency,
honorable members at the back, please, if you want to exit, exit quietly. Honorable Kalambana, Honorable Sajas Ogun, Honorable Gololo, Honorable Salami.
thank you for your protection, Your Excellency. I want to appreciate the National Assembly for keeping to time by passing the budget 4 years running now on time. But the executive has not been doing so. Most times for 4 years running now, the budgets don't start January. Even though it's past December 31st, signed by the President, implementation usually starts around May ending. And as I talk to you now, we are already in the last quarter of the year. Most MDAs have not awarded the one of 2022, despite that the money has been released to them. Finance Ministry has not even released to so many projects of this year. And now we are talking of 2023. That is just by the side. Now, coming to this budget, I want to dwell much on the exchange rate. Last year, we had 410.15 to a dollar. This year is pegged at 435.57 naira to a dollar. Now, when there is too much gap between the official exchange rate and the autonomous market rate, then you have the room for capital flight. Within, many people, especially Thank you, sir. Round tripping is common by leaving the gap to be so wide. I agree with the earlier speaker that the autonomous market rate is 740, while we have 435 as official. So you don't need to do anything than to just look for the dollar from the CBN and sell. So there's need for the if the naira is going to be devalued, it should be devalued now. To give to discourage this round tripping system that is currently ongoing in Nigeria. The oil revenue is projected at 1.92 trillion naira. That is if and only if we can keep on to the target of 1.69 barrel per day, 1.6 million barrel per day. As it is now, I think it's over-ambitious to put it at 1.69. If there's possibility for us to come down and reduce it to something that will be near perfection, maybe like 1.2, so that our economy will not be distorted. If we want to base it and base revenue based on 1.69, what if at the end of the day, you cannot even meet up with 1.3? So there will be distortion in the economy and it will lead to more borrowing. The capital expenditure is put as 5.35 trillion, while the debt servicing, not repayment of capital, servicing, it was put at 6.31 trillion. And I discovered that our revenue generation agencies in Nigeria are not doing enough. There are so many leakages. And what is discouraging people from working to get these leakages is because the reward system is so poor. For instance, the whistleblower, if you are able to recover for government, they will pay you 2.5%. So many of these people that know where these monies are discouraged by the reward system. There's something must be done. If we look inward, I believe the level of our borrowing will reduce in this country. And finally, sir, because of time, I want to talk about the tertiary education, the 470 billion that was allocated to solve the problem. Actually, we should commend the president, at least for starting on something. But I want to also advise that if we can review it upward so that the problem can be mitigated to a certain level. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. It's not by indicating your hands. We have asked that all those who want to speak should come forward and submit their names. We're going to follow the list strictly. And those who have indicated to speak or to debate on Thursday, that's tomorrow, we want to inform members that by the grace of God, we'll allow the sitting today to do the debate and commit today to the committee on appropriation and then the other committees to work on it. So today is the first allotted day and final allotted day. The House will be adjourning plenary by the grace of God to allow the committee work expeditiously on the bill. So there will be no Thursday debate. So rather, I would beg that those who indicated and are willing to speak should be patient to stay today so that we can do justice to the topic. Thank you. Honorable Soli.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Sada Soli GBI, representing GBI Kaita Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, the pathetic situation of 2023 budget is underscored by the erosion of revenue from the sale of crude oil and huge borrowing. This is the challenge or the situation of the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, there is one salient issue that we have not been addressing as a parliament with the national budget. That is the personnel cost. Mr. Speaker, let me call the attention of the committee chairman that every MDA, they have a surplus under personnel cost. And it is now being investigated by the ICPC. So we must focus our attention on the issue of this personnel cost. There are a lot of things that are going wrong with the personnel cost because we overlook the issue of personnel costs during our budget process. I think this is the time now that we should look at the issue, we should scrutinize this personnel cost because a lot of shenanigans is going on in the MDAs with respect to personnel cost. So we must not shy away from scrutinizing it. We must not shy away of cutting it if we need to cut it because there are a lot of wrong things going wrong. Mr. Speaker, the key assumptions of the 2023 budget raise the flag that more ways and means, that is devaluation of Naira, will be made a reality with the understanding that the value of the Naira will move to 435 to $1. So the end result is like we will find ourselves through the ways and means of the CBN. So definitely the Naira will be devalued. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about one of the challenges of the budget 2023, that is revenue, shortfall in our revenue. How do we bring up the revenue up? I think we can look into these areas. We must improve our tax administration and collection efficiency. And the government must step up efforts, and including the parliament, including our oversight process, we must step up efforts at putting an end to revenue leakage through this crude oil theft. The parliament must have a role to play in this. In fact, the critical arm of government that must play a role in this oil theft is the parliament. We must see ourselves playing a role in order so that we can stem this problem. Also, we must bring up tough enforcement of the performance management framework for government-owned enterprises. I know the parliament in different committees, they are working on trying to come up with a framework that will bring good management for our government-owned enterprises. That will increase operating surpluses and dividend remittances in the 2023. We must address that issues. Our government-owned enterprises, particularly in the maritime sector, oil and gas enterprises, we must push them so that they can bring more in revenue. Mr. Speaker, we'll talk about revenue, we'll talk about borrowing. The way I look at it, with additional new borrowing of about 10 trillion, the debt profile will be getting to about 50 trillion by next year. So if we take into account the borrowing from the CBN through the ways and means, which is currently at about 20 trillion, which is, we will have a total debt of 70 trillion by the end of 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is a source of concern. We must look at it. Even though Nigeria has not defaulted, we have not defaulted in servicing our debt, and there is no projection in the near future that we will default. But we must look at the issue of this debt. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Mr. President when he raised the issue of funding the tertiary education. So we need funding the tertiary education, the issue of road infrastructure. There is the need for the executive to bring up the road infrastructure bill so that we can look at it, redefine it, so that it can create more, because the government cannot fund that infrastructure. Or also the involvement of government in the PPP. These are issues that Mr. President raised. So there is need for us to develop a new funding models that will urgently explore for adequacy, sustainable funding windows for these three key areas: the tertiary education, and then road infrastructure, and public-private partnership. Mr. Speaker, with the amount of money allocated for this budget, especially in the capital budget, there is the hope that this budget will create more jobs for young Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Solomon Maren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My very distinguished colleagues, Engineer Solomon Maren is my name, FNSC, and I represent the people of Mangu
German police appears.
Federal constituency. I am from the home of peace and tourism, Plateau State. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this very rare opportunity given to me to lend my voice on the 2023 budget proposal that is before us. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues have said, is a mere proposal before us. But that proposal must carry very cogent issues as it affects both the security and the welfare of our citizens, because that is the primary functions of government. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the insecurity that surrounds us in a country like Nigeria today, Mr. Speaker, if you hear the speech of Mr. President, the issue of security only appeared as a footnote in the budget, whereas it was supposed to be given very much attention, because without it, indeed, the economical sector of our country will also degenerate and it will cause more harm on the citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, I will appeal that as we go forward into looking at this mere proposal that is before us, that the issue of security must be given prominence so that Nigeria will be at peace, so that the economy can also grow and function alongside each other. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at the issues of borrowing. If you look at debt servicing, for example, Mr. Speaker, of about 6.6 trillion, we are coming from 2022 where debt servicing was about 3.5 trillion. Today, we are projecting 6.6 trillion. That shows that we have borrowed so much. And if you compare that with subsidy that is going to be paid of about 3.6 trillion, Mr. Speaker, if you put those together, you will discover that we have a total of about 10.2 trillion. And if you take this 10.2 trillion out of the 10.7 trillion we are budgeting, Mr. Speaker, we are left with a meager sum of about 500 billion. Mr. Speaker, that shows to tell us that we are borrowing in order to fund fuel subsidy and to also fund debt servicing. And for me, I felt that it's very challenging for a country that has the slogan of economic recovery. And I do not see how that the economy will recover when almost 98% of your borrowing is going into fuel subsidy, repayments, and servicing of debts. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the allocation for capital projects, which is about 4.9 trillion, you wonder from where are we going to fund this 4.9 trillion? Mr. Speaker, Nigeria is having so much security challenges, and many experts have said that these security challenges are as a result of lack of jobs in the country. Businesses are closing down. People have lost so much jobs, yet we say the GDP is growing at about 3.5%. Mr. Speaker, I look around and I go around my constituents and I cannot see where there is a rising GDP in their lives, in their homes, in their businesses, in their careers, and in what they do for a living. Mr. Speaker, I am challenged that we should not be working with a GDP that is fixed by government. Let us work with a GDP that is as a result of economic indices that we do as a country. Because a country that runs a double exchange rate, one that is far higher, almost twice the government exchange rate, Mr. Speaker, that economy may never recover. And if you look at the new president of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ruto, immediately he came on board. The first week he came into power, Mr. Speaker, he removed fuel subsidy. And this is as a result of the fact that he wants his country to grow. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at how we can reduce overheads and recurring expenditure. Mr. President made mention of the fact that the country is looking into consideration the the recommendations of the Orosaye report. Mr. Speaker, the Orosaye report was called for the merging of many organizations of government that run the same or similar functions. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget, there is no any proposal therein by the president to show that he indeed wants to implement the Orosaye report. And so we are challenged of the fact that if that report is not going to be implemented, being his last budget, and he has not shown any interest in doing so by not, we are not seeing it in our budget, then it becomes a very challenging system for us. It means that we will continue to borrow money just to pay recurrent expenditures and pay debts that we have borrowed. Mr. Speaker, our entire revenue for this year is about 8.3 trillion. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the recurrent expenditure, it's almost equal to the entire revenue we are going to earn. And so it means that government has now become a government where you only run offices by this government. It means there will be nothing for the ordinary people. There will be nothing that will be seen out there. 6.6 trillion repayment debt, Mr. Speaker, Nigeria should have been a construction site. Nigeria should have seen several projects going on across the north and south of this country. This is the only way to go forward.
I thought you being an engineer, you would be the one to appreciate the infrastructure development that this money has been borrowed for. I thought so. I'm not being political, and let us not be too political on what we are doing. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Grateful.
Yes,
you have the same time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Thank you.
Honorable Luke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Onofiok Akpan Luke. By the grace of God, I hold a mandate of the people of Etinan, Nsiribom Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to express the views of my constituents as it concerns the proposals before us with regards to the 2023 fiscal year of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I will start by appreciating this House, the leadership of this House and the leadership of the National Assembly for keeping to its commitment to ensuring the January-December budget cycle. I want us to behave like the proverbial Agama lizard that falls from a Iroko tree, and if there is no one to tell them they've done well, but here we are telling the National Assembly and the leadership that they've led well in this regard. Mr. Speaker, while we are not talking politics, because the true test of leadership is for us to appreciate and commend the things that we have seen that are good, and then constructively give suggestions on the way forward by way of criticism. Mr. Speaker, I will start my submissions by appreciating the effort of the federal government in certain regards. One is on the issue of infrastructure. Two is on the issue of social investment. And three is on the issue of power and security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of security, in the last 1 month, we have seen the effort of our security operatives in trying to curb the issue of insecurity. Mr. Speaker, Abuja at a point which is the center was under threat. If the brigade of guards of Mr. President was attacked, that means that the life of the common man in the city of Abuja was under threat, just like the lives of common men in the other 36 states of the Federation. But we have seen the effort of our military, both the Air Force and the Army men, and even the police in trying to curb this situation. And so that is appreciated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had a challenge in the last few months because of the collapse of the national grid. But again, we have to appreciate the effort of government, especially by the Siemens power program, which unfortunately we lost one of us who went there, the former chief of staff to Mr. President, in trying to get us to have power. And we have seen the arrival of those big transformers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe in bipartisan politics, and when it is good, we say it is good, and when it is bad, we say it is bad. And Mr. Speaker, so we appreciate that.
Mr. Speaker, on the budget of Mr. President, we appreciate the effort of Mr. President. Mr. President made a commitment, sir, that is going to look into the challenges in the judiciary, that is going to look into the welfare and the working conditions of judicial officers and even judicial staff. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the effort of Mr. President in making provision about the sum of 150 billion for statutory transfer to the National Judicial Council to take care of infrastructure development and the welfare of judicial officers in the judiciary. That is quite commendable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few things that we would want to have been done otherwise. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, right from when he was a candidate of his party, running for election in 2014-15, called subsidy a fraud, and then gave a commitment that when coming to office, that he will remove subsidy. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, it is a time bomb for the next administration for us to allow the removal of subsidy till the mid-year, which is when the next administration is coming into force. This is a budget of transition and a budget of sustainability. And for this budget to answer its name appropriately, Mr. President has to do the needful as a strong leader, which he is, to be able to address the issue of subsidy. Whether it is right, whether it is a fraud, I thank God that this House has set a motion to be able to come up with the actual consumption of petroleum by Nigerians daily. I believe that the report of this House committee that was doing that investigation will serve Mr. President and will serve the Committee on Appropriation as a resource for them to act on while we are dealing with the issue of subsidy. Mr. Speaker, sir, one area that is of concern to my constituents is the area of education, specifically tertiary education. It is quite absurd, sir, and it's unimaginable that over a period of more than 7 months, our children are at home. They have not gone to school because of strike. And so we thank God that there is a provision that Mr. President is seeking to address. Mr. President is seeking to address the issue of welfare of lecturers in our tertiary institutions. But let it not just be an issue of budgetary. Let it not just be an issue to get the lecturers to be happy and then return to school, and then we keep having this cycle of problem one after the other. As I conclude, sir, area of cost of governance. Mr. President promised to implement the Rosanya report, and that would have led to the reduction in the cost of governance. So, Mr. Speaker, too much is expended on personnel cost. That has to be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, another area, some assumptions, like the issue of the exchange rate, is not tenable. And so if we are pegging it, my colleagues have raised this, and I don't intend to go there again. Mr. Speaker, sir, the pegging of oil at $70 per barrel, to Mr. Speaker, is not tenable. And that has to be addressed, looking at the current realities and making into projections, and making into projections what we have to do, especially in this area of any transition. Mr. Speaker, in the area of power, we condemn, and it is unacceptable for the number of time that
Chairman
we have had.
Judiciary, your time is off.
Please, time up. Time up.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm protected.
No,
And
you
I think
cannot be. You can't be protected.
My brother Chief will be the timekeeper of the house. He has done well, and he have done well.
Sir,
and
you're the timekeeper. You're the timekeeper before the chief will be interrupted, sir.
Jude.
We don't rules. So finally, sir.
Look.
Yes.
Finally, sir. The provision of over 6 trillion for debt servicing, as compared to over 5 billion for capital budget, Mr. Speaker, would not make for the development of this country. There has to be an inward measures for us to look at how we can raise revenue without putting a burden on Nigerians. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I would join and ask that this appropriation bill be sent to a committee on appropriation for in-depth study, and by that time too, we can make other input. This is the final budget of this administration. So if it must be a budget of transition and sustainability, there has to be the reality of certain assumptions for the welfare of Nigerians, for the betterment of educational sector, for the betterment of our health sector, and most importantly, for the judicious use of our resources. Thank you very much, sir.
Luke, you cannot be protected beyond your time, please. You've gone out of time already. Sit down and keep quiet.
Well, I want to appreciate the contribution of Honorable Luke. He has done well. He's doing well always. He's one person who believes in the project of Nigeria Joint Task Force, a true opposition who always speaks the truth. And from the points he has spoken, he said, I think nobody can take away the benefit of what we have enjoyed under this government. Every member, of course, there is no government throughout this, the period I've been here from 2007 that I can testify that have funded budget 100%. No budget for capital. Thank you. Honorable Kasim Bello Megari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Kasim Bello Megari are my names. I speak for the entire people of Jalingo, Yoro, Zin, Federal Constituency. I'm from Taraba State. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, this our budget, I would say, is a submission of organized corruption by the civil servants. Mr. Speaker, you just mentioned that it is only this government that implement 100% capital projects. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, 50% of this amount released for the capital projects goes to the pocket of civil servants. Mr. Speaker, we are not looking at budget, the project duplications. Last time, Mr. Speaker, 2021, let me take you back. Ministry of Works, in their budget, there's items they said total general repairs from Gurore, Mayo Balwa, and Jeren. The next line, they says general repairs, Mayo Balwa, Jeren, and Zin. That's 200 million. It's duplication, and they are not doing the work. I was from that place. I went to that place several times. Mr. Speaker, the only work I saw there is done by FEMA. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's issue of splitting budgets. They can propose a budget of project of 200 or 3 billion or 4 billion. They will allocate 150 million for that project. For God's sake, how can we do that project? Project that's supposed to be 6 billion, and they make a proposal of 150 million. And the 150 million will be released 100% to them. They cannot go to site because the money will not be enough for the contractor to go to site. I think we have to look at this budget very critical. If we leave this to continue like this, you will always see ongoing, where the project will not move from where it is. It's very important, the honorable colleagues at the committee work, they should look at these projects. You cannot propose 2 billion project and put 80 million. We have to look at this very serious. And what annoys me, Mr. Speaker, sir, the NGOs, the anti-corruption agencies, they are not saying anything about these projects. All they are after is ZIP. ZIP, somebody from Kano, the total ZIP is 45 million or 46. And they will send, if you are constructing a classroom under ZIP, they must send somebody from Ministry of Social Service. They will send somebody from ICPC. How much are you spending on them? They sponsor them from that project. Well, people are stealing billions. Nobody is talking about it. I think it's very important we should look at these projects. I have a project, I reported it several times. In power, they budgeted 100 million, they released that 100 million. Another year, they budgeted 100 million, they released, nothing have been done there. I have project in water resources, 100 million to construct dam. They have not done they have not done anything up till now. And 100 million was released. And ICPC is not saying anything. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important. We should look at this budget very critical. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Megari. It also, again, goes back to us. You do your budget, you approve, you are allowed to do your oversight. And the process where you find things done not in compliance with the law that you have approved, it's incumbent on you to follow up. So let us not blame the executive for those things. And where we have our opportunity to contribute and change the narration is good, we also do that. Thank you, sir. Honorable Tayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Taiwo Oluga is my name. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Osun State, and I speak on behalf of all the people of Irewole Ayedade Ishokan Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to bring up my opinion about the 2023 Appropriation Act. My thought and my concern, Mr. Speaker, is about year in, year out, heavily borrowed from outside to finance the budgets. That's just my own concern. We borrow heavily every time to finance the budget. And I sat down and I asked myself, as somebody, as an institution, have we actually sat down and see if we're saying in aspect of the oil theft, Mr. Speaker, the oil theft, if half of our crude oil is being stolen as an institution. I've not heard a word from the spokesperson of this House of Reps, even since the discovery of the 4 kilometers. I've not heard a word. And I think it is high time we start speaking. We are here to speak on behalf of our people. I think high-level corruption is going on, and it's affecting the masses. The masses that is earning less than 30,000, less than 100,000 a month, and has 3-4 kids to feed. Inflation everywhere. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to this house that I have sat down and I have done a little calculation, and I will want you and everyone to do it. That, do you know that if we are to block the crude oil theft between now and December, sir, Mr. Speaker, we can make more than 4.5 trillion. Just, 4.5 trillion naira between now and December 31st, 2022. How do I mean, sir? Crude oil, currently as we speak, sells at $92 per barrel. And we say 432. Let's even do the official rate first, Mr. Speaker. Multiply it by the 800 that we are losing. I'm on the conservative side. The 800 is being stolen by these people. Let's multiply it, Mr. Speaker. It will give us 31.7 billion naira revenue every day. Every day, Mr. Speaker. Let's multiply that by number of days that remains in this year, 2022. It means at the end of 31st calendar year of this 2022, the country will have saved out of the oil theft. I think it's a thought for all of us, that we should face the reality, we should be sincere in what we are doing. As the agencies will be coming, sir, I think that's the major thing that we need to address, that the amount we are losing for oil theft in this country, Nigeria, it is too much. And it shows that we are not serious, sir. If the GMD, sir, can come up and say just last week or 2 weeks, the GMD Kiari can come out and say they just discovered that 4 kilometers, sir. Do we know what 4 kilometers means? That is just been discovered, and they have been siphoning the resources of this country in the last 9 years. And we are seated here as an institution. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that we take major steps, we speak on behalf of our people, we save our country, Nigeria, we defend our country, Nigeria, and we have mercy on our grassroots people. They are suffering. The pressure is much on us because people are not comfortable. When will it take a country? Let everybody be fine, because, Mr. Speaker, in US, you don't need to know your representative. In developed country, I don't need to know my representative, because the needful is done. Everybody is sincere, diligent in doing what he or she is being given, and you deliver. For in the case where we have more than half major revenue in our country is being stolen, crude oil, Mr. Speaker, is not a bread and butter. It's not sweet. It's not tom-tom that you keep in your pocket. It's not sweet. We can't keep it in our pocket. So how can we say they are being stolen 800 barrels every day, and we're keeping quiet? So, Mr. Speaker, my submission is this. If we can save this country from bleeding, it means, Mr. Speaker, the savings can actually, number one, sir, can increase our revenue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it can grow our forex and liquidity with about 6.1 billion US dollars. And the exchange rate will appreciate before the end of the year. That is my point. I'm saying immediate solution. Not this talk. Enough of our talk. Let's take action as an institution, Mr. Speaker. Let's take action. Also, sir, Mr. Speaker, the number 3 advantage, I'm going to round up now. It means our university, our students, our children, they have been home 8 months now. No resolution. Please, let's do something. Let's increase this so that the demand of the lecturers, teachers need their reward on heart now. Most of us, most of the executives that my colleague just said, yes, sir, they own half of the budget. They eat more than you eat, Mr. Speaker. That is the truth. These people, when they bring the budget is for them, not for House of Reps member. And they keep haunting us. They keep sending ICPC to come and check 40 million budget, to come and check 40 million projects. So it means we should really deploy what we are here for. Let's do our oversight very well. Let's when they bring their budget, let us examine their budget performance. Each agency, each ministry this year, and it should not be business as usual. Finally, Mr. Speaker,
I want to beg of you that you have exhausted your time, so that we allow other people to contribute. It's already after 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the country debt service to revenue ratio that has become unsustainable can be brought down. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my people, Irewale Ayedade, Ishoko Federal Constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Except for the record, maybe you were listening to this leader when he was making a reference to what was provided for in the budget and the collaboration between the executive and the leadership of the House, led by the Speaker. And I want to inform you that Nigerians are aware we have had series of meetings, at least 4 meetings with the ASU, if I recall, my memory is sharp, or if I not betrayed me. Not only that, met the president and appealed to him on a number of issues and resolutions. So there are concrete steps that have been taken, and I want to believe we are at the verge of sorting out everything, and ASU are also appreciative. Thank you very much. Just for the records. No, I don't know of that. And maybe you also, I want to beg of us that we should listen to ourselves in silence. When Honorable Luke brought up his motion on investigating the circumstances leading to the destruction of, I said, let nobody make mistake that we are not in support of what the federal government is doing. Because the message going out is that we're not concerned about what is going on. And that was why I had to make that statement. And I want to say we are in support, and that was why there was synergy between the two presiding officers on the day budget was presented. We are for the total blockage of that nonsense in our country. It has to stop, and we will continue to support the federal government. So a statement has been made on the floor to the president, to the ears of the president, who was leading then the executive in the presentation of the budget. We are with him 100%, and we are with Nigerians. Thank you. Monir Babada Agudi. Not on the floor. Anekan Umana. Robert Kosununu.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Honorable Dr. Yusuf Tonko Sununu. I represent Ingaski Shange Auri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, let me start by appreciating the effort of the federal government as far as budget is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I recall in our first budget defense, which we've conducted, as at that time, the budget release of that fiscal year was, in most MDAs, less than 50%. Mr. Speaker, 2020 budget, 2021 budget, and hopefully 2022 budget, we have witnessed 100% budgetary release by the federal government. And I think this is an effort that is very commendable, and we must have to also appreciate it, that the budget estimate is 100% released. Mr. Speaker, coming to the current budget, it tried to address a lot of issues, but we must also be seen to work to ensure that what is presented, we have achieved it. Mr. Speaker, so much has been said about the parameters, especially the crude oil production of 1.69 million barrels per day. In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a lot of videos showing how crude oil is being diverted in the country. I think this is a sad news, and we must do something to ensure that we have blocked all such sources of leakages, so that we can at least, if not go above 1.69 million, at least operate at within the range of above at 1.69 million per barrel. Mr. Speaker, crude oil, while taking a lot of discussion, but it's not the only source of revenue in Nigeria. Non-oil revenue is also very vital, especially agriculture. Now, we are in a situation whereby the security, food security of the country is totally being challenged by at least 3 major factors. One of those factors is insecurity, despite the fact that, commendably, we are doing well to reduce the impact of insecurity in agricultural setting. But however, we must be aware that this year, the insecurity has really affected the production. We have also been, it has also been challenged by high cost of implements, especially fertilizer, that a lot of farmers cannot access affordably. And lastly, we have witnessed flood all over the country, which has a lot of devastating effect on our economy, especially agriculture. That is likely also to reduce the source of revenue from non-oil sector. Mr. Speaker, we must do effort to ensure that we put measures that will safeguard the health security of this country. Whatever we are going to do, how we are going to implement the budget, provided the common man cannot see food on the table, he will not appreciate what is done. And therefore, we must put some palliative measures to see how we can assist the farmers of this country that have lost so much that can contribute to our GDP so that we can rescue them, to allow them also participate in irrigation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we must be seen that much is put in the budget to ensure that dry season farming is given a complementary role to complement the effort of our non-oil revenue. Mr. Speaker, as of today, in Kebbi State, we have 3 major rice mills, the Wakot, the Labana, and then there is also one in Lulu, and there are many other small rice mill industries. These are all likely to be grounded because of the impact of the flood, the high cost of fertilizer that has remarkably reduced the production of our country, of that area. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, something must be done to ensure that we rescue them. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I wanted to also, this budget must also give production sector much consideration, because if we continue not to depend on other countries, for example, Mr. Speaker, Nigeria is supposed to have learned the lesson that came with COVID-19. Some of those lessons are favorable, but we have not put them into utilization. We have seen a lot of designers' face masks, so many production of sanitizers. Mr. Speaker, those small-scale industries should be identified and be supported so that they can contribute to the budget in the country. I want to thank you for the rare opportunity to express my views on the 2023 budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jaha Ahmed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Ahmed Jaha Babao is my name. I represent Chibok, Damboa, and Goza Federal Constituency, including the remaining 94 not yet recovered Chibok girls. Mr. Speaker, permit me to commend the executive for timely presentation of the bill for an act to the Parliament. And I equally want to use this opportunity to commend the House for doing their best to make sure that the bill is being passed into law in good time so that we can maintain the January-December budget cycle as we promise our constituents and Nigerians in general. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I am specifically interested in some issues, especially the issue of debt servicing. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, if you observe what is going on in some developing countries of the world or underdeveloped countries of the world, you realize that most of their strategic investment are not only managed by the creditors, but has been taken over by the government and authorities of that particular country issuing them credits. We should be very careful. Last year, our debt servicing was 3.something billion. Today is 6.something billion. In other words, there is a geometrical increase or multiplication of our debt servicing. We should be very careful with that. If care is not taken, there will be a time when some of our strategic GOEs may be taken over by some countries because of the level of debt, God forbid. Secondly, on the issue of revenue generation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President made one statement, and I want every member of parliament to bear this at the back of his mind, and I will read it if you permit. He said, distinguished senators, honorable members, you may recall that we earlier integrated the budget of government-owned enterprise into the federal government budget in 2019. This has helped to enhance the comprehensiveness and transparency of federal government budget. It has, however, come to my attention that government-owned enterprises liaise directly with relevant NAS committees to have their budget passed and issued to them directly. He went further to say that I would like to implore the leadership of the National Assembly to ensure that the budget I lay here today which includes those of GOEs, be returned to the presidency when passed. In other words, for an assent. The current practice where some committees of the National Assembly purport to pass budget for GOEs which are at variance with the budget sanctioned by me and communicate such directly to the MDS as against the rules and need to stop. In other words, this is just an advice, not a directive. We should understand. And another thing, if and in as much as GOE's budget is presented alongside with federal government budget, then members or chairman of the committee should do the needful to make sure that there is transparency, there is no duplication of activity in one budget or the other belonging to GOE or any of the federal government MDA. In other words, I am urging my colleagues to understand why President is specifically in two different paragraphs about this issue of GOEs. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, on the issue of oil theft, we are all aware that there is a failure on our security operatives. They don't have the capacity to safeguard the oil pipes. They don't have the capacity to stop the theft. So the most important thing, we should go back to the conventional way of doing it. In as much as it's giving us a result, we should employ the services of private security companies to do it for us. I have been saying it in this chamber that, Mr. Speaker, if we want the issue of insecurity in Nigeria to finish, we must contract foreign mercenaries to come and do the job for us. Complacency is what is happening in Nigeria. We are so complacent to the extent that we don't want to accept that we are failing, and we keep on failing. Look at what is happening to our revenue. Everybody knows this is not realistic. 1.6 million barrels is not realistic. We know it, you know it, and everybody knows. So investor will not be stupid enough to come to Nigeria and invest bearing in mind on a speculative or unpredictable budget estimate or assumptions. So, Mr. Chairman, we should do the needful, in as much as it will cost us some money to contract the services of a private companies or private security operatives to safeguard these pipes so that we can go back to our 2.2 million barrels per day. If that can give us a result, there's nothing wrong with that. We shouldn't be complacent. Roman used to be the greatest empire of the world, but because of complacency, Roman was destroyed by its complacency. In other words, we shouldn't be complacent. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the executive for at least putting 470 billion earmarked to resolve the crisis, particularly in our educational sector with regards to ASU. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware this money is grossly inadequate, but that does not mean it will not start the process, and it should be urgent. But there is a need for the House to look into this so that at the end of the day, we may end up having a result. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This is my position.
Thank you. I think on the issue of the budget that has to do with MDS, I want to believe it is directive. The House itself has been complaining on that. And if we want effectiveness and efficiency and transparency in the system, we have to do that. Whether it is that the president is calling attention or not, the right thing should be done is that when we pass the budget, it should be directed to him for his own. Even we have asked that let them be bringing the budget all together, but you know it has not been feasible. So it is for us now to enforce this particular directive. And I believe the Speaker and leadership are in tune with that provision or request. By the grace of God, we are going to adhere to that. Thank you. Honorable Market Abubakar, Keleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I remain Abubakar Maki Eldeman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Malamuru Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand before my colleague on this debate on 2023 budget submission. My honorable colleagues, we have a budget estimate of 20.5 trillion with a non-debt recurrent expenditure profile of 8.27 trillion and the capital expenditure profile of 5.35 trillion. The recurrent expenditure is almost half of entire budget. Looking at where we are coming from, it is an improvement. But Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, however, a lot need to be done to trim down the cost of the governance. We all know that capital vote, which is just around a quarter of an entire budget, still has an estimated of inflated projects, cost and other non-productive items hidden inside the budget. When we will begin to have a budget that can truly speak to itself, Mr. Speaker, looking at the funding, a lot needs to be done. This is a time we need to leverage on the global energy crisis and produce energy oil in accordance with the OPEC quote to maximize our gain, even if the estimated daily oil production is 1.69 billion barrels, won't be realizable. With the type of crude oil stealing in the Niger Delta, I think we also have to appreciate the fact that the whole world is facing a challenging economy characterized by high inflation, scaring consumer price, deficit project slow growth, and high inflation rates. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I think we must, as a responsible parliament, do the needful to ensure we have the workable budget that will improve our constituents and the Nigerians in general. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my honorable colleagues. Thank you.
Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Kiru Gaunye George. I represent the good people of Isukwatu Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I crave your indulgence to read part of a paragraph of President's speech, Budget Process Bill 2022, paragraph 60. With your kind permission, let me read it, sir. Earlier this year, I was briefed of the impressive performance of Nigeria in the Open Budget Survey as the third best or most improved country in the world, matching the global average score in budget transparency and exceeding the global average in public participation. Hinging my submission this morning on this, we'll all agree that for us who have been here since 2007, we know that the budget process was always shrouded. They were always shrouded in secrecy. They were like chalk in and chalk out, garbage in, garbage out. This is first time for the past 7 years that we are seeing budgets being brought to the National Assembly. And of course we have returned it to January to December implementation. And of course, I'm a witness that what we call zonal intervention, that for the past years before this administration, it was never implemented more than 30%, 40%. That's the truth. But today, we are seeing ZIP implementation running up to 80, 90%, and sometimes 100%. And of course, in a transition budget that you want to transit to another government. The government, the executive is promising that they will do 100%, and as we speak, we've seen 70% implementation of budget. And so for me, it's a time to give kudos to this government, because without implementation of budget, no matter how much you talk about it, no matter the indices you present, it will not go to any issue. And of course, in the 7th Assembly, we asked one minister, we do not want to understand that the indices are showing up, that things are improving. We want to understand how it affects us from our constituency levels. Because when you pass budget and you do not see anything on ground in where the place you represent, it's very disheartening. You will hear billions, and then you cannot see 1 kilometer meter road in your own area. And today, sir, in my constituency, this government have done well in implementation of budgets. We've been able to recover erosion sites that was killing people over the years. We've been able to attract boreholes that are functioning, not the ones that don't function. And so we've been able to do a lot. And for the ASU issue, you see, the thing is not about signing an agreement. If you sign an agreement and you don't have money to implement, it goes to no issue. And government to say, this agreement were signed, but we need to put something on the floor to make sure that we start implementation. And of course, they know that these agreements, some of them were signed by previous government, and they have not been able to implement and of course effect their responsibility. And so I give kudos to the president for bringing a proposal of 400 and something billion for the educational sector. So for me, that's a good start, because if you do not appropriate for it and you agree and you cajole these people to go back to classroom, and then after budget, when they start implementation, they won't have anything, there will be any cash backing. So my own take is that the agencies should be able to make sure that these monies are provided and released at when due. Because we have issues on releases. Sometimes even contractors, when they do their work, they do not pay them on time. So since president and of course the whole country, we are yearning to improve and from whatever thing we've been passing through. I believe that everybody should put their hands on the deck and make sure that we do the needful. Let everybody do their own. We're going to do our own, and I'm telling MDS, you do not expect us to get documents, budget proposals, and we won't ask questions. So as they are coming, I implore that they will bring their budget implementation. Because when you see what they have implemented, you'll be able to know what they will implement with the money so proposed. Because if situation and somebody say, I'm bringing this budget, for instance, somebody mentioned 200 billion, and you have done a work of maybe 80%, and you're bringing another 200 billion, and you do not want the committee to cut it off to give you exactly what you need, that will not that will not go well. Because if you are fighting corruption, you should fight it from the budget proposals and implementation. So you must track the funds first. If you do not track, that what it simply means, you'll be doing exercise embarking on exercise in futility. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I also say something here. We are talking about federal budget. What is happening in the states? What is happening in our local government system? We will not get out of these woods if we do not ignite the forces in the local government and the states. Because it's not about coming to Abuja to take money. And some people take this money, they don't use it, they don't pay their workers. And when you don't pay workers that are working in the states, it contributes to whatever you call poverty in Nigeria, sir. If you do not ignite your local government system to make them functional, it is also going to increase the poverty level. So it has to be from bottom top. When people come to Abuja and get this money, they should also go and do their own work. And I believe that the country cannot get out of this without diversification, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I believe that the government meant well, but we, the parliament and the MDS, we should do our own bit and make sure that we ensure transparency, because without that transparency, corruption will still carry weight.
Thank you. Honorable Sajos.
Not on the floor, sir. Sajos is not on the floor. I move that we step him down.
Colleagues, I'm Sergius Ose Ogun. I represent Eastern Northeast, Eastern Southeast, and I'm from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, well, this will be my last budget contribution in this chamber. And hopefully, when I'm preparing my budget in 2025 in my state, I will invite most of you. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I have always said, whenever we have the opportunity to debate budgets like this, that if only we will follow through with the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007, sections 30 and 50, we will not be talking about non-implementation of the budget. And I will see urge us to do that. Let me not talk too much on that. I've always said that every time I'm given the opportunity to debate the budget. Then secondly, my brother, Honorable Luke, said something about recurrence. I think one or two other people also said it. Our recurrence is huge. Now, during the COVID pandemic, the civil servants were asked to sit down at home, I think from grade level 12 down, and that they would work from home. But they didn't have any platform to work from home. In the private sector, people were working from home because they had the platform. And more than 70% of the workforce were in this category. So that tells me that the bulk of the people we have in that place really don't have any work to do. And now the president has just lifted embargo on employment. So that's something to think about. And then, debt servicing. We all know this. We don't even earn enough revenue to service our debts. I mean, we are in dire straits. The CBN Act, Section 38, talks about the ways and means. We have borrowed far more than we should have borrowed. And if we are really following through to this, the CBN governor should be in jail. That's the truth. Then you talk about security. A whole lot has been spent on security. But I don't know whether I can see anything. I can't relate with anything. That's the bitter truth. When this government came into power in 2015, Boko Haram was defeated already. But today, what do we have? We have insurgents, we have banditry. Then the mother of it all is oil theft. Because maybe we don't seem to capture that under security. 15% all over the world, that's best practice. 15% is only what the security agents cannot disclose. 15%, 1/5. But service chiefs will come here, IG will come here, they will tell you, because of security, you cannot discuss it on camera. Mr. Speaker, as they come for this defense, they must tell us the 75% or 85% of what their capital is used for. We must know. We leave that 15% to them. But they must disclose, there must be full disclosure. How can we say a nation like Nigeria, at a point we're doing more than 3 million barrels per day, we have the capacity to do that, and you have taken close to almost 60% of that today? I mean, we have become the laughing stock of the world. So I do not know all the money we have voted for, we have appropriated for in this chamber. I don't know what is used for. So we need to, yes, I don't know what is used for, Mr. Speaker, you heard me. So we need to scrutinize the security agents to let us know where that money has been spent. Because, Mr. Speaker, no vessel can enter Nigerian waters without NIMASA knowing, without MPA knowing. Not talk about even the Navy. And we have all the security agents, and yet vessels are coming here and stealing crude oil and going away. Because do you know what they're trying to do? Bring us to our knees. That's what they're trying to do, bring us to our knees. If you don't have money to fund your budget, this is a time we should have been talking about windfall. Look at the Gulf economy. It's so easy for people to say, look at the economies of the world.
Look at the Gulf economy. Those are petroleum economies. Are they crying today? They are not. They are laughing to the bank. They are doing extremely well. So, Mr. Speaker, I like to anchor it here because I like to maintain time and respect time. We should please let the president, okay, you leadership please tell the president to tell the MDA or to instruct the MDAs to come and defend how they spent the 2022 budget before we even begin to talk about the 2023. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, you may wish to commend Honorable Sergius for signing out very well with the last budget. And we pray for him to resurrect one day and back to the House of Representatives. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Leader. Honorable Simon Marcon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Simon Wadkon. I'm from Plateau State, and I represent the good people of Barkiladi and Riom. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lend my voice to the ongoing debate on the 2023 budget. A lot have been said by colleagues. I wish to speak generally on budget, which I feel strongly that the National Assembly, sir, should find a way to advise the executives on the issue of budget, because we always do yearly budget, and to my mind, that is not okay. At least every administration that comes to power knows that perhaps they are going to stay for 8 years. And therefore, there should be like a 10-year development plan with a budget to meet up with the 10-year development plan. And therefore, the budget that we should have should be categorized for every year, so that every year, when it is time for budget, we can just do some amendments on the total budget for the 10-year development plan. If we do that, it will help us, Mr. Speaker, to reduce this idea of the envelope system from the Ministry of Finance and then from budget and planning. And we can have a leeway to finding solutions to our economic problem. Sir, we are being threatened today with the idea of debt service. Our total dependence on oil is not enough for us to have enough revenue to service our debts, talk less of having extra money to do certain other things. And this is also being threatened, but like other speakers have said, by this idea of the oil theft. And so if something is not done drastically on this, Mr. Speaker, this country is likely to come to ground zero. So my own belief, sir, is that we should look for alternative source of revenue rather than dependence on this oil every day. There's a paradigm shift globally, sir, from absolute dependence on oil and gas to alternative source of energy. Today, in advanced democracies, we have virtually electronic everything, electronic cars, electronic train. In this case, it is possible that with time, our oil would lose its value, and then if we have not found alternative source of energy or revenue, we will just turn to a country that has no way to find certain revenues to run the system. Therefore, sir, I want to advise that the country should look for alternative source of revenue rather than this total dependence on oil that is being threatened by oil theft. If we do that, it's going to help us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, 470 billion has been allotted to education. Of course, other speakers have said that that is likely to help in solving the problem that is facing us today. But I still see that as being grossly inadequate. Sir, the Asian Tigers today proud themselves in terms of the development that they have reached, simply because they have invested heavily in education. And I still believe that if we are to look critically into that and see how we can help the educational sector in Nigeria to be stabilized. Thank you.
Honorable Ben Kalu. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been busy around town trying to explain the budget that was presented to us, to Nigerians, for them to understand what is before us as they get ready to come for public hearing. Before I make one or two comments, Mr. Speaker, permit me to use this opportunity to celebrate all of you who received the National Award for the great job you've been doing for this nation, and which has gone unnoticed. But for once, Nigeria stood up to celebrate you. We really commend you for working hard for this nation. And some of you who have not been celebrated, we look forward to March, when most of you will be remembered and celebrated, because as the image maker of the house, I believe that you are putting a lot for the building of this nation. Mr. Speaker, today my concern is about how to look at this budget and apply the current realities to it. I've heard so many people speak, and so many people spoke before I came, but I'm not sure, since I was seated here, I heard people talking about the inclusion of climate change in this budget. The part of this budget that recognizes efforts towards environmental security is not a thing to be ignored. It is a thing that we must pay attention to. And everything that we budgeted for must have an element of it that talks about the protection of the environment, climate change. It is very, very important, because it is when you have a secure environment that every other projection that you've made will be able to work perfectly well. So I urge the House to look out for that in all of the presentations that will be made before the subcommittees. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to pay attention to the issue of revenue. I've debated this round and round, and you know, by 88, 89, Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to be attentive in spotting the areas of leakages in government. And we have a lot that have been going on, especially when it comes to revenue-generating agencies. Their compliance, like we said in our MTEF, is one thing to recommend, certain propositions in the MTEF. Another thing is to follow it through when you are looking at the budget. The various revenue-generating agencies ought to respect the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and also that identification of non-existing common platform for reconciling remittances by the MDAs, by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, by the Fiscal Responsibility Commission. It needs to be in place, Mr. Speaker, especially for us to have them in real time, because if it is not in real time, the gaps created encourages those leakages. Mr. Speaker, another thing that we have to be very careful about in this budget is the issue that borders on tax waivers and tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, the economy is bleeding. And a bleeding economy does not go donating taxes to people, exempting them from paying taxes, waiving taxes where it is unnecessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that where it is necessary, it should not be allowed. Certain places where it's necessary is to stimulate our economy But there are certain areas where it is either bogus or totally unnecessary. And such places, Mr. Speaker, we need to block it to enable us have more to take care of the challenges of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I'll be stopping there because I know it has been a long day listening to all these debates. I wish I came earlier to address some of the other issues that Nigerians are worried about. Mr. Speaker, before I sit, this issue of the oil subsidy. Mr. Speaker, we have said that we have reduced it to 1.7. But that 1.7, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that 1.7 trillion that we have reduced it to, and for 6 months, subject to review that is coming up in June, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that the 1.7 trillion should not be a free-for-all. It must be done in a manner that is prudent to ensure that that money goes to where it is meant for. And speaking about that, during our oversight function, Mr. Speaker, we discovered from Navy that most of the vessels that carried this particular product, that the documentation was sent to them and they reported based on what was sent to them, that they were not there at the loading point to know whether 500,000 liters documented and sent to them in manifest was the same 500,000 that was loaded. They were doubtful whether 1 million will be loaded and 500 will be declared. Mr. Speaker, as we look at these numbers, as we look at the implementation of this subsidy, let's ensure that the security agency that is in charge with this responsibility will be there at the loading point to make sure that the documentation is well done to reflect the...
Abundant property. Chairman Air Force, Chairman Police Affairs, Chairman Ad hoc Committee on Abundant Property, Honorable Kuye.
Honorable Indidu. Yes, you have the floor. You have the floor, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Ndudi Godwin Elmelu, and I represent the good people of Aniocho Shimilifera Consensus. I'm from Delta State. Let me first of all start by saying that I support that this bill be read the second time, and also that the bill should go to relevant committees for better input to be made. Let me also adopt the submission of Honorable Sada solely as if they were mine, because it touched on so many things, especially on issue of debt servicing. Let me also adopt other colleagues, the Chief Whip, who also attacked vigorously some of the provisions in the 2023 estimate as presented by Mr. President. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into the paper. Let me look at the realities, what Nigerians are facing today. And an average Nigerian person is suffering. Most of them cannot feed. It's difficult for some of them to even pay school fees of their children. And these are issues that I think that when a budget is before us, that the committee that will be asked to look at these budgets will take cognizance of them and be able to address it. And also on the issue of insecurity, Mr. President alluded to the fact that part of this budget is meant to attend to the insecurity in the nation. I will expect that those relevant committees will look at those areas where we have insurgency and where we have insecurity and be able to ensure that sufficient funds are provided for them. He talked about the food security, where he also mentioned efforts that are being made to improve the food production of our nation. But you will agree with me that there's no way that can be possible without curbing the insecurity situation in Nigeria. So most of these things, they go together. It is important that our committees will look at them and address them. He also talked about the education. He talked about how under human capital development and how they've made provision of about 470 billion. Mr. Speaker, it's not just enough to talk about the amount of money, but I think the approach, and that is why I commend the House. Even though we didn't provide money to ASU, but the manner in which we have addressed ASU has made them to even listen to us, and has made them to even appreciate and accept all the recommendations that were brought before them. So going forward, I think federal government must not look at ASU as an enemy, but should look at them as partners who are interested in imparting in our children, and must be, in a way, handled with care. These are people, they earn very much less, and even the one that they earn are not paid to them as I went due. So when they are being approached, I feel that there should be human face that should be used as a strategy towards getting them to at least appreciate the situation of the country. I agree that due to COVID, that a lot of things have gone wrong, and it's not the way it ought to have been. But the manner in which we address some of these things matters a lot. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking also about even people sitting in front of us. If you ask them what they were earning last year, last 2 years, compared to this year, how effective is that salary when they take it to the market? You will discover that there is nothing that that same salary can even buy in the market. Therefore, they are suffering. So I think that if we're going to look at this budget, we must appreciate the fact that even some of the civil servants, their take-home pay is very, very, very meager, and it cannot solve their problem. And I also want to look at the aviation industry. I believe that, because I've not had the opportunity to actually look at the budget, Mr. President's speech was just given to me just a few minutes ago, and I haven't had time to look at what has been provided in most of the ministries and agencies. But I think that those critical agencies that make life meaningful to Nigerians, it must be thoroughly looked at. The aviation industry, where we keep having incessant aviation fuel problem, there should be a way to help the aviation industry in a manner that aviation fuel should be made available to them. And I think that part of it should be included or addressed in the aviation budget. Then in the area of transport and road, Mr. Speaker, I saw where Mr. President alluded to the fact that there are roads, especially the east-west road, that very soon it will be done. Let me tell you the truth. Most of the roads are bad. From Abuja here to Abo is not possible. After Lokoja, it's difficult to access those areas. And I think that going forward, Works and Housing Committee should look at that area and see how they can put more money. I'm surprised that my colleague Sejus did not talk about our area, because even Ubiaje, where he comes from, it's difficult to access that place. And that's a federal road, and it's difficult. So I will think that housing should look at that road, and treat the east-west road from Benin to accessing Saple, accessing Warri, Port Harcourt is no go area. None of our people can access it. We have moved several motions, passed resolutions for FEMA or for Minister of Works to intervene. But I can tell you it's a difficult terrain. Nothing has been done. They have not touched it. And Mr. Speaker, from Benin to Onitsha is another very bad spot. You can't even pass it. And I want to believe that let this budget be part of the budget that will resolve some of those things. It has become a very, very death trap where kidnappers now find it as a place for them to operate. So let Committee on Works address it and ensure that appropriate money is assigned for those roads to be to be taken care of. Then, of course, on the insecurity in the southeast, where our people are asked to sit at home on Mondays. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's hard time that federal government should collaborate with the states in southeast and see how that can be resolved. I don't see how an individual or individuals can be bigger than a whole institution. Government is an institution, and government is bigger than individual. Our people are losing a lot. On Mondays and Tuesdays, or Monday that they ask people to sit at home, government is losing a lot of revenues. And I think that that should be addressed in the course of this budget. I've looked at my colleague is looking at me, because I don't have intention to speak that we should not Can I continue while she still look for the order, please?
Order 9, Rule 4. A member must confine his contribution to the subject under discussion and may not introduce any matter relevant thereto. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I will not shy away from the fact that what we are discussing today is about budget. And the minority leader just cited that he was surprised that Sages did not report about the road that leads to his place. And then his constituents may just impute that he didn't do what he's supposed to do. But we are discussing about 23. So he should not make us look as if, because he doesn't know what I have done, he doesn't make us look as if, oh, I have spoken, I didn't speak about it. It doesn't make us see as if we are not aware or we are not doing something towards it. So I believe that we should not impute motives to our discussions. That's my order, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe hinging on your own contribution on the floor, Deputy Whip. No, when you are contributing, I remember you cited and called the attention of the House that federal government are doing their own best, and there's need for us to also encourage states to do their own. These are points of meeting that, of course, we are trying to ginger. And there's nothing bad in calling the attention. Of course, the government is doing a lot in terms of the insecurity in the southeast, not only southeast, in the entirety of the country. I have visited that place severally. There's lots of improvement that I can attest to that. If he's calling the attention for more to be done, of course, there's nothing bad, because we are actually losing revenue. The number of days that are not having working activity taking place is a negative to us, and we are losing. That I want to believe is quite very relevant to what we are doing. my ruling is that he's in order. And that the issue raised regarding roads, of course, he has appreciated what has taken place. No government have done what Buhari regime have done. The second Niger bridge is sufficient reference. And I want to believe that, yes, we will pray for more. And that's why we should clap on for other good development. Leader, you have the floor to quote. I don't know of that. I don't know of that.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for your ruling. But also let me read item 74 in Mr. President's speech. The government remains firmly committed to the security of life, property, and investment across the country. Accordingly, defense and internal security continue to be accorded top priority in 2023. And he said, I assure you, insecurity, especially banditry and kidnapping, will be significantly curtailed before the end of this administration. Unquote. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I stand by all my submissions, and I want to add that part of the projects that Nigerians, our constituencies, enjoy today are those projects that are sponsored by members. And I want to indulge this House or National Assembly to ensure that in addressing the budget, that constituency projects should not for any way be discarded. Because part of the project that my people are enjoying today are those short-term projects that have attracted, or members have attracted in their various constituencies. We have long-term, we have medium-term. Those ones that we have done by way of constituency projects have done a lot of mileage to our people. And I believe that addressing it and ensuring that members are given the opportunity to, for once again, have input in what happens in their constituencies should be addressed in 2023 budget. Having said that, let me commend the House for always, or National Assembly, but most importantly the House, where I belong to, for always coming on time to ensure that this budget is passed on or before December, so that the blame is not put on the legislative arm. Having said that, let me support that this bill be read the second time. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, you want to reply to certain?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, just a minute.
You have the floor, but be very brief.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Should I time him 2 minutes?
Maybe 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute should be by my watch, Mr. Speaker, not by his watch. 1 minute, accepted 1 minute, but by my watch. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I think just by way of being traditional, I virtually have not much to join issues with honorable members, especially on the part of the contributions they have made very brilliantly in order to enhance actually the quality and the value of this budget. The budget Mr. President called budget of sustainability and transition. But I would like to use the opportunity to thank honorable members for the support they have given so far in the course of this debate. But three major issues I would like to really respond to on a light mood, and let us understand that yes, while we are considering the budget, it is still what we call work in progress. The committees are there to work on behalf of the Parliament, on behalf of the House, the leadership and the entire membership as well. And at various levels of committee engagement, some of the issues or concerns raised by honorable members, I believe, Mr. Speaker, will be addressed effectively by our very able members at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, especially when I remember the contributions of some members that laid a lot of concern about our debt status, debt service. We have overborrowed, we have borrowed. I only want to remind members to know that it's an international threshold which pegs our borrowing status to the limit of 55% to our GDP. And the status of the value of the debt today is less than 50%. Our status in terms of percentage of our debt indebtedness is 40% today to our GDP. It is of concern. It is of concern, I agree, but we are still within the limit of the international threshold. We are 40% today to our GDP, and the limit is up to 55% to our GDP. I believe it's a major concern, and we'll continue to discourage borrowing. It's not good to borrow anyway, but we are still within protected zone of our borrowing status. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the budget parameters, as raised by some honorable members on the floor rightly, as per the benchmark, which is put at $70 per barrel, is being put at a conservative level simply because to make it achievable, so that it is practicable. As we continue engagement in our committees, if there is need for us to increase or decrease the expected revenue in terms of the price of the crude oil per dollar, then I believe the House has that right to do that at whatever point in time. And lastly, the issue of the ASU, which of course you all know, even in the presentation of the budget of Mr. President, and through the engagement of this honorable House by the honorable Speaker and the leadership of the House by our mandate, we have really engaged ASU, gave them our commitment, and in fact, their request, what they requested, basically, for what we call revitalization and salary enhancement funds, is by far lower than the 400 billion naira already provided in the budget. So you can see how proactive the leadership is. You can see how concerned the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who led that engagement, is as far as really resolving the ASU crisis. They looked or they asked for less than 400 billion naira. The National Assembly, through our consultation with the Presidency and the Minister of Finance on the directives of the President, we have been able to secure over 400 billion naira for the revitalization fund and enhancement of the salaries of our teachers in the universities, so that our schools, our kids can go back to school, our children can go back to school like every other school is operating in the country. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to use this final opportunity to thank the generality of our membership, to also extend a special thanks to my leader, the leader of the few members on the floor of the House. I pity you that you have only a few of them, but I thank you for your cooperation right from day one till today. We expected that good partnership from you, and you have really delivered on our expectation. I thank you, Right Honorable Indudu Elimelu, and please extend my concern and my regards to all other few members under your jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I thank the presiding officers, the Speaker, and your humble self for the protection you have extended on this executive bill on the floor of the House of Representatives. And on a final note, I would like to charge the committee chairman, standing committee chairman, who by our rules are operating under my jurisdiction, and the leader of the House, that you must not compromise due diligence while you discharge your responsibility. When you have any issue to seek for clarification or clearance, approach myself, the leader. If you have a problem, go through my minority leader. You can also get that clearance. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank honorable members and members of the press too for giving us the appropriate coverage through the deliberation on this very important and key legislation, which we have today come to an end. I wish all standing committee chairmen and their members a very good
the question I did put leader. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Respected colleagues, thank you very much. The question now is that the bill be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk is invited to do the long title of the bill.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 20,507,940,180,704 naira only, of which 744,109,468,797 naira only is for statutory transfers. 6,557,597,611,797 naira only is for debt service. 8,271,882,354,405 naira only is for the current non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 4,934,352,745,705 naira only is for contribution to the Development Fund for Capital Expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2023. Second reading.
Bill referred to Committee on Appropriation. Respected colleagues, the second order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to establish Federal University of Gusau and make comprehensive provisions for due management and administration of the university and for related matters. Standing in the name of Mohammed Tahir Munguno, honorable members recall the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 23rd November 2021. I now invite Honorable Munguno to move that the bill be read the second time.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohammed Tahir Munguno. I represent Marte Munguno, Federal Constituency of Borno State. I hereby move that a bill for an act to establish Federal University Gusau and make comprehensive provisions for the management and administration of the university and for related matters be read the second time. I so move.
Seconder, Honorable TJ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, highly respected colleagues. My name is Tijanika Orismail. I represent the good people of Ifelodun, Ofa, Oyun Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kwara State. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my respected colleagues. I so second.
Those in favor that the bill be read the second time say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to establish Federal University Gusau and make comprehensive provisions for due management and administration of the university and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to Committee on Tertiary Education and Services. Respected colleagues, the third order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to establish Federal Polytechnic, Igbesa, Ogun State, and for related matters standing in the name of Honorable Jumo. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the matter standing in the name of Honorable Obina Chidoka. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 16 November 2021. I now invite Honorable Chidoka to move that the bill be read the second time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Obina Chidoka, member representing Idemili North, Idemili South Federal Constituency of Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to move that a bill for an act to mandate schools to provide for adequate special needs education to students with learning disabilities and for related matters HB 1656 be read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, yes, sir. Deputy Chairman, Women Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, respected colleagues. My name is Vincent Ekene Ofumelo Esquire. I represent the marginalized people of Oyi, and I am a federal constituency. I'm from Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to second the motion that the bill shall be read for the second time, as moved by my colleague, Honorable Obina Chidoka. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, respected colleagues.
Respected colleagues, the question now is that the bill be read second time. Those in favor say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to mandate schools to provide for adequate special needs education to students with learning disabilities and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to Committee on Disabilities. Respected colleagues, the fifth order of the day is a motion on the committal of bill standing in Honorable Abubakar Hassan Flatter. Honorable Adegun is. Honorable Flatter is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Abubakar Hassan Flatter. I represent the new Krika Samaguri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, recommittal of bills. The House recalls that the Defense Research and Development Bureau Bill 2020, House Bill 1176, was passed by the National Assembly and transmitted to the President for assent. Notes that some observations in clauses 2, 6, 9, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 had arisen and requires further legislative action. Appreciates the need to recommit the clauses for reconsideration in order to achieve the intent of the enactment. House resolves to rescind its decision on the clauses of the bill as passed and commit same to the Committee of the Whole for reconsideration. As all move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded to the motion. Honorable Maki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I'm Abubakar Maki Elleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Malamudori Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion heavily moved by my senior colleague. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. The sixth order of the day is a motion on need for the National Commission for Museums and Monuments to ensure that some monuments in Oyo State are declared national monuments. Standing in the no Honorable Abbas Adegun. Adegun is invited with the motion.
The people of Ibadan Southeast, Ibadan Northeast Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, I'm from Oyo State. I'm here today to move the motion on the need for the National Commission for Museums and Monuments to ensure that some monuments in Oyo State are declared national monuments. The House notes that one of the functions of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments is to manage and preserve national museum, antiquities, and monuments, and oversee the process of the declaring antiquities and monuments as national antiquity and monuments. Also note that heritage endowment, such as traditional, unique, and scrape and historic sites are favorable economic resources in both development and developing countries. Further note that improving the conservation and management of the heritage is not only for the preservation of its historic significance, but also increase its income earning potential, community navigability, and competitiveness. Aware that the preservation of cultural and natural heritage sites are of paramount importance in attracting local, national, or international tourists and investment to its beauty and distinction, thus increasing the income generation capacity of the state. Also aware that Oyo State is endowing with numerous and diversified heritage sites like Alaafin Palace, Oyo, Sun Palace, Ogbomoso, Sogidi Lake, Awe, Konome Battlefield, Battleground, Ijaye, Asabiri Hills, Saki, Agbele Hills Rock Formation at Igbeti, Ado Awaye, Suspended Lake, Royal Forest, Igbo Oba, Mapo E in Ibadan, David Idara's House, Bowa Tower, Agbaku Cave, Iravi Palace. Worried that Oyo State has none out of 65 national monuments in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, none. We have 65 in the whole Nigeria. Oyo State have no national monument in Nigeria. Hence, the inability of the state to contribute to the rich national and world heritage, so leaving the site abandoned. Resolve to urge the National Commission for Museum and Monument to set machinery in place to declare at least 3 of the historical monuments in Oyo State as national monuments. Prayer number 2, mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure the implementation. Mr. Speaker, we'd like the House to accept this motion. Like I said, out of 65 national monuments that we have in Nigeria, we have none of it in Oyo State. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
I don't know. That is, it is an infrastructure motion, except for the last prayer. Legislative compliance will only come after the relevant committee have done their job. So if you are bringing them now into this issue, I do not think that they are much relevant at this point. Rather, the relevant committee on tourism and culture should be the one first to.
It can be amendment.
Thank you. Good. Yes, sir.
It can be amendment.
Seconder. You have to come through me if you want to get there. You have to come through me. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Benilar.
By my Deputy Chairman on the House Committee on Air Force, Adigu, that the monument in Oyo State be given national recognition. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we take the amendment? Yes. Already Solomon is on his move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My very distinguished colleagues, Engineer Solomon Maren is my name, FNSC, and I represent the people of Mangubo Kosfera constituency. I am from Plateau State. I rise that the motion before us be amended to include that we mandate the Committee on Tourism and Culture to follow up on the implementation of same. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Saidu.
No. Seconder. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respected colleagues, my name is Barrister Vincent Ekene Ofumelo. I represent Oyi Ayamel Federal Constituency. I'm from Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to second the amendments as moved by my colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues.
Thank you. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say nay. That's it. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Against say nay. That's it. Respected colleagues, the seventh order of the day is a motion on request to return all looted, seized intellectual literary works and artifacts of the Sokoto Caliphate and its emirates during the colonial era invasion, standing in the name of Shehu Balarabe Kakale. Honorable Kakale is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr.
I will go with them to summarize because the rules and business will have done the needful.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. I'm Honorable Balarabe Shehu Kakale Shuni, member representing Bodinga Dengeshuni Trita. I'm from Sokoto, Birni Shehu, the land of Sultan Muhammadu Bello. So I'm here to present a motion on a request to return all looted or seized literary works and artifacts of the Sokoto Caliphate and its emirates during the colonial invasions era. I want the House to note the exploitation, seizures, and looting and/or destructions of literary works, artifacts, and heritage articles by European colonial invaders against the Sokoto Caliphate and its emirates before the 1903 and after, becoming unforgettable, painful history of the people of Sokoto Caliphate. And also the House to note that the invaders indiscriminately violated the rights of men, women, and children and carted away very important symbols and literary works that comprise of Caliphate, seals, insignia, staff of Sultan Muhammadu Bello, his royal sword that was taken away during the Burmi massacre of 1903. Aware also that British universities and archives, as well as the national libraries and national records and national museum, and museums in Paris, like the Musée du Louvre Museum in Paris, and the Northwest Universities of the United States, are alleged to have illegal possession of these historical and religious documents. We also want the House to observe that these illegally acquired ancestral masterpieces and manuscripts, books and letters of Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio and Sheikh Olai Fodio and Sultan Muhammadu Bello, as well as Nana Asma Bintu Fodio, as well as other cultural and religious artworks of the Caliphate, can be found in these museums and auction houses around the world for financial gains of those who have no inputs or relations to them. The House also to observe that those who looted our people's heritage resources, especially during the 19th century and early 20th century wars, smuggled them out of the country and contributed to the impoverishment of the state's heritage and depletion of the nation's tourism and cultural sectors. Conscious of the fact that Article 4 of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations, that's the UNESCO Convention of 1970, to which most nations subscribe, identifies the categories of cultural properties that form part of cultural heritage of each member state. The provisions of this article include cultural properties created by the individual or collective genius of nationals of the concerned state, as well as cultural properties that are in a freely agreed and exchanged or received as a gift. The House should be concerned that thousands of literary works and artifacts were piloted away from the great libraries in Sifawa, that's the library of Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio, the library of Sheikh Allah Gondu in Gwandu, that's Sheikh Allah Fodio in Gwandu, the library of Wazir Gidad Ulema in Gidada, the library of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Tafa in Salami, Malam Abubakar Danjada Library in Binanchi, Galadima Dushuros Library in Galadanchi, Aliyu Jodi Library in Binji, Malam Ibrahim Sa'i Tuta in Kilgori, Ardon Shuni Library in Dabakan Ardon Rikina, Sarkin Kabi Moyuju Library in Yabu, Muhammad Kantako Talo of Argungu, Madam Suleiman Ibrahim Dabo Library in Kano, Malam Musa Library in Zazzau, Lamidu Muhammad Ahmadu Adama's Library in Adama, Umar's Jalajin Library in Katsina, Malam Yakubu's Library in Bauchi, Malam Alimi's Library in Lorin, Malam Bubayar's Library in Gombe, Malam Dakil Kalbi of Katagum, which has been all injurious to the history of the modern Basakwachi, Bakani, Bazazzagi, Bakatsini, or Bagombi, or any Nigerian so affected. The House to also be
aware that some deliberate policies of the colonial invaders to subvert and deny the Sokoto Caliphate's people functional education, good health care, commerce and housing and employment opportunities through those economic strangulation policies and of the cottage industries. The House to resolve, I want this Honorable House to resolve to invite the Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism to brief the Committee on Culture and Tourism on efforts made at recovering caliphates and Nigerian stolen or looted cultural, religious, and library works and artifacts. To also urge the countries and imposition of these priceless artifacts and books to return them to their original owners in the caliphate and other states in Nigeria, and have them apologize for the atrocities committed against the people of the caliphate and Nigeria. Mandate the Committees on Foreign Affairs, Interparliamentary Relations to interface with the prosecutors like the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, the National Council for Arts and Culture, and the governments and parliaments of the countries where looted artifacts are kept to initiate the process of returning the caliphate and Nigeria's other stolen heritage resources. Also mandate the Committee on Culture and Tourism and legislative compliance to ensure implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, for the opportunity.
Honorable Shobo Larbi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency. My name is Shehu Balarabe. In this case, Your Excellency, I would like to add Shehu Balarabe Bekawi for the purpose of clarity. Arise to move a motion, heavily moved by my namesake, Shehu Balarabe Kakale from Sokoto. Your Excellency, I so moved. Thank you. I so support.
Respected colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. The eighth order of the day is a motion on urgent need to stop the insistent killings and kidnapping in Mangu Bokos Federal Constituency in Plateau State and other parts of the country, standing in the name of Honorable Solomon Bulus Maren. Honorable Maren is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My very distinguished colleagues, Engineer Solomon Bulus Maren is my name, FNSC, and I represent the people of Mangu Bokos Federal Constituency. I am from the home of Peace and Tourism, Plateau State. Mr. Speaker, the House notes the spate of killings and kidnappings in Mangu Bokos, in Bokos local government area of Plateau State by bandits suspected to be headers. Also notes that on October 4, 2022, there were separate attacks in Kunet Bara by miscreants which led to the death of Mashingil Haruna Makit, Chidubem Omeke, and Kirian Omeke. Concerned that on October 7, 2022, two students of the All Nations Academy, a secondary school in Bokos local government, who were kidnapped in their hostel, and one Pastor Jonathan Boucher of Christ Apostolic Church, Mangar Zone, who was also kidnapped, were freed after a ransom were paid to the kidnappers. However, many others are still in the custody of the kidnappers. Also concerned that on October 8, 2022, at about 7 p.m., some suspected herdsmen attacked the people of Kulias village, which is 2 kilometers away from Bokos town, leaving more than 4 people dead and several others injured. Further concerned that 5 persons were kidnapped in Deka and Tukun of Panyam district. Ungwan Serki, 2 persons were abducted. 2 people were also taken at Ungwan Mission of Mangu district, while 2 others were kidnapped in Pushit district of Mangu local government area, all within the span of 6 days. Worried that on October 9, 2022, 2 pastors, Peter Mandong and Bulus Mafulul, were attacked by the militia, and although they escaped, Pastor Bulus is currently at the Jos University Teaching Hospital receiving treatment from gunshots sustained during the attack. Also worried that on the same October 9, 2022, at about 7 p.m., hundreds of heavily armed militia with sophisticated weapons unleashed terror on Mangor village in Bokos local government area, burning houses and properties worth millions of naira, injuring many of the residents and hundreds of them homeless and displaced. Further worried that the killing and kidnapping have become rampant, as hardly will 2 days pass by without news of an attack in the constituency and even other parts of the country. Disturbed that the president has not made concrete efforts to ensure that the affected areas and victims are safeguarded despite the operation of security agencies. None has engaged the attackers whose incessant criminal activities have continued unabated. Also disturbed that the Mangu Bokos Federal Constituency and many other parts of the country have been thrown into constant fear of being attacked at any time. Cognizant that if the situation is left unchecked, it may escalate beyond control and plunge the country into lawlessness and chaos, as citizens may take the laws into their hands in self-defense. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I want to urge that the Nigerian Police Force, the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies, that they immediately mobilize security to the troubled areas with a view to investigating the root cause, apprehend and prosecute any person or persons found complicit in the attacks. Also urge the National Emergency Management Agency to immediately provide relief materials to the victims and affected communities in Mangu Bokos Federal Constituency. Mandate the Committee on Police Affairs, Army and National Security and Intelligence to investigate the matter and report back within 2 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Simon.
My name is Simon Watkon. I'm from Plateau State, and I represent the good people of Barkiladi and Riom. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Solomon Maren. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. Respected colleagues, the ninth order of the day is constitutional report of the Committee on Police Affairs on the issuance from the statutory budget of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund. The issuance from the statutory budget of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, the total sum of 65,905,252,467 naira only, out of which 948,810,609 naira 29 kobo only is for personal expenditure. 8,857,106,527 naira 44 kobo only is for overhead expenditure. 56,999,335,330 naira 35 kobo only is for capital expenditure, while the sum of 9,805,917,136 naira 73 kobo only is for total recurrent personal and overhead expenditure for the year ending 2022. All the members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 6 October 2022. Honorable Kumo is invited to move for his consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my respected colleagues. I am Honorable Usman Bello Kumo, member representing Akko Federal Constituency. I'm from Gombe State. I rise to move that this House do consider the report of the Committee on Police Affairs on the issues on the statutory budget of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, the sum of 65,905,252 469 billion only, out of which 948 810 609 29 kobo is for personnel cost, and out of which 8,859,106 257.44 is for overhead, and the sum of 56,099,335,335 kobo is for capital, and lastly 9,805,917,136.75 kobo is for the current and personal overhead expenditure for the year ending 2022. I move that this House consider this recommendation. I so move, sir.
But what Honorable Kalu.
Thank you, most distinguished Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Benjamin Okezie-Kalu. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Ben, the federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise to support the motion ably moved by the Chairman, Police Affairs Committee. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Respected colleagues, with special reference to chairman rules, I will beg that we will take the remaining considerations, because at this point we are supposed to break into Committee of Supply, so that we suspend our relevant rules to enable us to go into Committee of Supply and Committee of the Whole at the same time, so that we take the remaining consideration before suspending the rules. No, let's take the remaining motions first, then we'll suspend our rules. Thank you. Respected colleagues, the 10th order of the day is consideration of a bill for an act to establish National Youth Service Corps Trust Fund for the purpose of providing sustainable source of funds for the National Youth Service Corps skills acquisition, training and empowerment of Corps members, training and training of personnel of the National Youth Service Corps, development of camps and NYC formation and facilities therein, and following matters. Honourable members recall that bill was committed to Committee of the Whole on Thursday, 22nd, September 2022. The leader will move for his consideration. Maybe leader will take it alongside with 10, 11 and 11.
Okay.
11 up to 12.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And 13.
As the chair pleases, Mr. Speaker. You can continue the count. As the chair pleases, sir. Let me wait until you are final.
13.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise as Honorable Ado Dogwa. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, representing my good people and constituents of Tudunwada Dogwa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kano State. I rise as directed by the Honorable Speaker to concurrently take item number 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 for the consideration of these hallowed chambers, and I read. I move that this House do consider the report of the Committee on Police Affairs on the issuance from statutory... Okay. Item 10, sorry, please. I move that the House do consider the report of a bill for an act to establish National Youth Service Corps Trust Fund, NYSCTF, for the purpose of providing a sustainable source of funds for National Youth Service Corps, skill acquisition, training and empowerment of Corps members, training and retraining of the personnel of the National Youth Service Corps, development camps and NYC formation and facilities therein, and for related matters, HB 1795 for consideration. A bill for an act to prohibit late payment, non-payment, and underpayment of workers' wages, pension, and other enrollment in Nigeria and prescribe penalties for violation, and for related matters, HB 07 be considered. And a bill for an act to provide for establishment of School of Mines and Geological Studies, Akoko Edo, local government area of Edo State, and for related matters, HB 411. 441. I want to repeat, Mr. Speaker, and for obvious reason, that item 12 is a bill for an act to provide for establishment of School of Mines and Geological Studies, Akoko Edo. Akoko Edo. Local government area of Edo State, and for related matters, HB 441. A bill for an act to establish the Defense Research and Development Bureau to conduct and coordinate robust research and development in the armed forces of Nigeria, and for related matters, HB 1176 be considered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so respectively move. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I am Comrade Peter Ohiozoja, practicing MNI. I represent the great people of Akoko Edo Federal Constituency. I am from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the consideration of base number 10 to 13 as ably moved by the leader of the House. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. The 14th order of the day is the constitutional report of the Committee on Youth Development on a bill for an act to make provisions for the establishment of Youth Entrepreneurship Development Trust Fund and a management team to administer the funds for the unfolded matters. All members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 7 April 2022 on EME. Adamora will move for its consideration.
Mr. Speaker, it seems Honorable Yemi Adaram on the floor. I move that the constitution of this report be stepped down by the leader of the House. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Constitution. (14) and 15 stepped down by the leader of the House. Respected colleagues, I thought we should take the other items on the order paper supplementary. The second aspect of supplementary, we have another first supplementary. Yes. Thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot see Honorable Onyema. Is he on the floor? Huh? Onyema, Chuchu. You say? Maybe for, I don't know. We step down that one because he begged for it. I believe he'll come. I beg, to the point, if he's back, I will beg the House to allow him to take it. Please. Thank you. The next order of the day is consideration of a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal University of Transportation, Daura, Katsina State, and for related matters. All members who recall the bill was committed to Committee of the Whole on Thursday, 22nd September 2022. The leader will move for its consideration.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, sorry for the mix-up. I rise once again as leader of the 9th House of Representatives representing the good people of Tudunwada Dogwa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, as directed, I rise to move that this House do consider report on a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal University of Transportation, Daura, in Katsina State, and for related matters, HB 1987. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Honorable Nasiru Zangondora, please stop talking. We are moving a bill for an act to establish a transportation university in Daura, and you are busy making noise. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Seconder. Seconder. Sabu? No. I will go for Baba Adini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for yielding the floor to me. Good afternoon. Distinguished honorable members, Isiaka Ayokunle Ibrahim, the first areas of zero of Egbaland. I represent the first areas of zero of the entire Egbaland. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I speak for and on behalf of the good people of Ifo, Iwekoro Federal Constituency. I'm from Ogun State, Mr. Speaker. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to second the motion on the bill as ably moved by our dearest quintessential leader of the House. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. The next order of the day is consideration report of Committee on Tertiary Education and Services on a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Education, Tudunwada, Ankadia, Kano State, and for related matters. All members recall the report was laid on Thursday, 24th March 2022. The leader of the House will move for its consideration.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues. I rise as directed by the Speaker and by his leave and the leave of the House to move for the consideration of the report of the Committee on Tertiary Education and Services on a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Education, Tudunwadan Dankade, Kano State, and for related matters, HB 1092 be considered. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so humbly move. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Comrade Peter Ohiozojia Patterson, MNI. I represent the great people of Akoko Federal Constituency. I am from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion as ably moved by the leader of the House. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. Fulata move for the suspension of our route to enable us go into the Committee of Supply and Committee of the Whole at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Abubakar Fulata. I represent the new Agrika Samaguli Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I move that we suspend the excellent provisions of Order 5 to enable us combine
also on
to enable us combine Committee of the Whole and Committee of Supply together. As so moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Seconder. Henry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues. Henry Nwawuba, Mbitolu, Ikeduru Federal Constituency. I second the motion to allow us to go into a combined session of Committee of the Whole and Committee of Supply. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. Leader, move for the House to dissolve into Committee of the Whole to consider reports of the Committee of Supply and Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as directed to move that this House be resolved to the Committee of the Whole and of Supply combined together to consider reports appropriately. I so respectfully move. Thank you.
Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Comrade Peter Ohiozija Apatison. I represent Akoko Federal Constituency. I support the motion by the leader for the combination of the Committee of the Whole and the Committee of Supply to consider report. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. House is hereby dissolved into Committee of the Whole and Committee of Supply. Respected colleagues, the report to consider is for the committee is that of Committee on Police Affairs on the issuance from the statutory budget of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund. The issuance from the statutory budget of the Nigerian Trust Fund, Police Trust Fund, the total sum of 65,905,252,467 naira only, of which 948,810,609 naira 29 kobo only is for personal expenditure. 8,887,166,527 naira 44 kobo only is for overhead expenditure. 56 billion 99,335,330 naira 35 kobo only is for capital expenditure, while the sum of 9,805,917,136 naira 73 kobo only is for total the current and personal overhead expenditure for the year 2022. I now invite Honorable Bello Kumu to give the synopsis of the report.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, and my respected colleagues, Usman Bello Kumo is my name. People of Akko Federal Constituency, I'm from the state. I rise to, first and foremost, passionately plea with this respected House to consider and approve this report This report is a joint report of both the Senate Committee on Police Affairs and the House Committee on Police Affairs. The aforementioned sum is recommended to complement the main police budget, or the conventional police budget, to enable our police force man and ensure protection of life and property. In particular, procurement of arms and ammunition, procurement of protective life vests and helmets, provision and procurement of riot act equipment, patrol and operational vehicles, rehabilitation of police station and barracks, construction of barracks, uniform and clothing, and most importantly, training. It is no longer again saying that the mood of the nation requires more and more funding of the Nigerian police as the single largest security agency saddled with constitutional responsibility of managing the internal security, particularly in a democratic dispensation. And therefore, the Joint Committee recommends that 948 billion, about 1 billion for personnel costs, about 9 billion for overhead expenditure, 56 billion, and thereabout for capital expenditure. This sum of money will be generated from 0.5% of the total revenue accrued from federation account, which will amount to about 52 billion, 0.5% of total VAT, which will amount to about 12 billion, and 0.05% of net profit of companies in Nigeria, which is about 1 billion. Let me once again passionately plead with my colleagues on behalf of the silent Nigerians who are yearning for effective security to kindly approve and consider this report so that the Nigerian police force will be funded and they will carry their responsibilities. Thank you for the anticipated consideration and approval by my colleagues. Thank you.
Respected colleagues, we have 4 recommendations, and they are as follows. Personnel costs, none. I have 4 recommendations here, except if you have another one different from what I have. It's 4 I have here. Somebody is saying 5. I say I have 4. Recommendation 1, personnel cost 948,810,609 naira 29 kobo. Carried. Overhead expenditure 8,857,106,527 naira 44 kobo. Carried. Total recurrent 9,805,917,136 naira 73 kobo. Carried. Total expenditure 56,099,335,330 naira 35 kobo. Carried. Total revenue, where are you picking that one from? 65,905,258,462 naira. Carried. Then the last is that funding of the 2022 budget of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund should be expedited, timely implementation to boost policing against the plowing insecurity in the state. Carried? Thank you. Babangida, at this hour, I will beg you that we go strictly. I think Kumo, Honorable Kumo, you should speak to Babangida on the report.
I will speak to him.
No, I don't want to know. I said speak to Babangida on the report. Respected colleagues, the first bill to consider is for an act to establish a National Youth Service Corps Trust Fund for the purpose of providing sustainable development. I think this one has been stepped down. It was stepped down? I guess. The trust fund for NYC because of the absence of the chairman. Thank you. The second bill to be considered is for an act to provide, to prohibit late payment, non-payment of We have considered the police trust fund now. We have just finished the consideration for the police trust fund. Okay, leader, I move for his consideration. Thank you. I don't have issue. The first to be considered is for an act to establish National Youth Service Corps Trust Fund for the purpose of providing sustainable source of funds for the National Youth Service Corps, skill acquisition, training and empowerment of corps members, training and training of personnel and of the National Youth Service Corps, the development of camps and NYC formations and facilities therein. And for them, I invite the leader to give the synopsis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my respected colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, based on the records available to me, this is a straightforward report. Of course, on a bill to establish National Youth Service Corps Trust Fund, NYSCTF. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that was earlier on transmitted with the assent of Mr. President, but was sent back. It was rejected on the issue of procedure, and of course on a very valid observation that in the earlier bill, this House passed a clause, a single clause that was a bit erroneous in the sense that this House cannot adjudicate or legislate on a matter that involves the state and the local governments. So on this lone observation, the bill was called back and recommitted to the committee for us to make this very valid correction. And that what we now have contained in section A of the bill is that instead of deductions of 0.2% of revenue accruing to the 3 tiers of government and reflected on the federation account where 3 tiers of government are responsible. So we now change to now be 2%, 0.2% of total revenue accruing to the consolidated revenue fund. This gives us the proper jurisdiction as a Federal House of Representatives and allows every other thing contained in the bill to be in tandem with the standing orders of our proceedings and provision of the law. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I hope you see reason in this, and this mistake has been corrected, and I therefore urge for honorable members to allow for once again a successful passage of this bill for the benefit of the NYC and Nigeria at large.
Thank you.
God bless Nigeria.
Plus 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My observation is on C. I believe this bill is talking about special intervention funds. And in special intervention funds, sorry, my name is Honorable Babangida Ibrahim. I'm representing Madam Fashik Afur Federal Constituency. I'm from Katsina State. Mr. Chairman, what we are discussing is the special intervention funds. And under special intervention fund, you don't appropriate again for NYC because they are already integral part of the main budget. So I want to move that this C should be deleted because it's a special intervention fund. You don't appropriate financial assembly. Thank you.
I don't know. Just like we have done now for the police, we have done, it is another special seat, but the accruers have to come to Parliament. No, and that sources, yes, they should declare. That's what was accountability. We have asked for that severally, and I don't think it's bad to ask for that accountability.
Let me read it out, Mr. Chairman. Let me read it, Mr. Chairman. You see, if you read at C, says, such money as may be appropriated. So such money as may be appropriated is part of the appropriation. It's an independent source.
B is a clear language, Honorable Babangida, except it's so that we don't play with semantics. As maybe, it's not, it's conditional. It's conditional.
Chairman, to even bring it under special implication fund is wrong.
No, I want to believe that we have commented on donor agencies, we have commented on need to know what the activities and other, there's nothing bad for us to know whatever source of money that is coming, and we ask for accountability. In fact, let me give instance on this one so that we appreciate. Dangote at one point donated which sum of money? This was taken at the presidential retreat, I remember, at the commencement of this particular regime, the matter. And because of some of this lack of this accountability, there couldn't be good trace. I want to beg that. It's not injurious.
If you look at
D, as the chair deems fit.
What now? Please. Allah should allow me to talk now. I should be protected, please. You see, Mr. Chairman, you are talking about grant aids. If you look at D, if you look at E, they are covered. But for us to say any money that may be appropriated, that's where the issue is.
Be appropriated is simple language now, that it's not compulsory, but the need, when the need is there, we don't have to come back every time to make laws. I want to beg.
The chair, please.
Thank you, sir.
As the chair deems fit.
Thank you. 5?
Please.
No, I've done 4. We have carried, actually. Yes. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to 16, 17 to 25, 26 to 30, 31 to 33. Explanatory memoranda, long title. Thank you. The second bill to consider for an act to prohibit late payment of non-payment and on the payment of workers' wages, pension, and other emoluments in Nigeria and prescribe penalties for violation. And for the matter, now invite the leader to give the synopsis.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairman, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Respected colleagues. Sir, I rise to provide a brief synopsis. Perhaps members will recall that this is a bill that was sponsored by the Honorable Speaker, and in his absence, handed down to me for the needful. Mr. Speaker, I think it speaks for itself. It's a bill for an act to prohibit late payment, non-payment, and underpayment of workers. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, it's still in the spirit of our legislative agenda to look at these things being tidied up. And it's also in same context with the recently debated item on the 2023 appropriation bill. And I think without any let or hindrance, members should see reason in really passing this bill. I plead with you all, including Honorable Sajos, who is looking at me in between his glasses, to please cooperate and let there be no problem of late payment or non-payment. Non-payment, Mr. Speaker, please. I plead with members to allow it passed.
Thank you. Clause 1, 2, 3, 4, Clause 5, Clause 6. Schedules. Explanatory memoranda. Long title. Respected colleagues, the third bill to be considered for an act to provide for the establishment of School of Mines and Geological Studies. Akoko Edo, local government area of Edo State. And for the matter, now invite the leader to give the synopsis of the report.
Mr. Chair, my dear colleagues, the leader has asked me to speak to this bill. Mr. Chair, you will recall that this bill is a case of recommittal. The last time that it was presented to the House, the Ministry of Education noted an objection, particularly with respect to the domiciliation of this school in the Ministry of Mines and Geology. But however, after the House graciously considered it and it was returned to the presidency for assent, the same Ministry of Education observed that the composition of the governing council, Mr. Chair, please. That the composition of the governing council was not in line with the recent amendment to the Polytechnic Act, and therefore insisted that the bill should be returned and made to comply with the provisions of that act. What we have here just now is in total compliance with the Polytechnic Amendment Act 2019, and the items are contained in clauses 2, clauses 3, and clauses 4, in total compliance with the observation of the ministry. So on that note, I would like to urge my colleagues to kindly allow the passage of this bill for the final time by looking at the items in 2, 3, and 4 as recently included.
Thank you. Deputy Leader. Clauses 1 to 11. (12 to 20), 21 to 25, schedules, explanatory memoranda, and long title. Thank you for the cooperation. Respected colleagues, the fifth the fourth bill to be considered for an act to establish Defense Research and Development Bureau to conduct and coordinate robust research and development in the armed forces of Nigeria and for that matter. And I invite the leader to give the signatures. Flatter. Kai hakuri. Dace kai hakuri.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My respected colleagues, this is once again another very important legislation, Mr. Speaker, to do with our security architecture, of which I believe honorable members so robustly so robustly concerned about as a representative of our respective constituents. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is one legislation, if passed, will enhance not only the performance, but will enhance the morals of our military and other security agencies. It will improve on their research strategy, and it will develop a special bureau to help coordinate their activities within and without the scope of Nigerian nation. You can all agree with me that security now is a global business where no one country can do it alone. So with the provision of this legislation, our security architecture, especially the armed forces, will be better positioned to discharge their constitutional responsibility. It is on this note, Mr. Chairman, my respected colleagues, that I hope you will give this legislation a speedy passage. I thank you for your cooperation and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this bill was earlier on passed by this House, but the executive returned it because of certain observations, and it's quite voluminous. So what is being done here, or proposed to be done here, the areas of correction were the ones that were lifted after the correction for us to consider, meaning the bulk of the remaining work are with us. So that's why you will find just the numbers not reflecting as supposed to be on the original schedule. Clause 2. Six, 13, 9, sorry, 9, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 to 28. Thank you. No, it's on the Bureau for the, this one is for Babajime's bill. Thank you.
Honorable Member Kumo, Babangida and Co., please, let's have peace in this house.
Respected colleagues, the next bill to be considered for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal Investor of Transportation, Daura, Katsina State, for related matters. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. This is yet another very straightforward bill. It's for an establishment of a federal university, of course, a special university of transportation. And we have discussed enough during the debate of this bill, and I believe the mood of the members was very favorable to the establishment of this bill, so as to allow room and sufficient leverage for our young ones to go into the field of specialized education, like in the area of transportation. So in the same vein, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I will plead with honorable members to once again accord this bill favorable consideration and allow it passed in the interest of our people and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Clause 1, 2 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 16, 17 to 25, Clause 26. To 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, schedules. Long explanatory memoranda, long title. The last, another important bill is for the report of the Committee on Tertiary Education and Services on a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Education to Dankade. The leader will give the synopsis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you rightly said, this is once again another straightforward bill for establishment of an important college of education for the benefit of our people, especially in the part of the country I come from, with specific reference to my federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, I believe we have argued it out with members supporting the bill at the second reading. I also want to beg on behalf of my constituents, the good people of Tudunwada, Dogwa Federal Constituency, to allow members see reasons and consider this bill passed to establish a Federal College of Education for especially the remotest part of Kano State where I come from, about 205 kilometers away from the government house of Kano State. I believe the house will do no other honor than to allow us to have this Federal College of Education. Thank you on behalf of the remotest people of Kano State.
No, nothing will be spoiled with their presence here. Join task force. Thank you. 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, 16 to 20, 21 to 26. Explanatory memoranda, long title. Thank you. Leader, move that the House divide the plenary to report progress.
Mr. Chairman, I kept quiet just for the sake of convenience. I just noticed a bill coming from the Senate for the establishment of Federal University of Transport, Daura. You see, Mr. Chairman, I want to put it on record. In the 8th Assembly, just for the records, in the 8th Assembly, Mr. Chairman, Nasir Sani brought establishment of Federal Polytechnic Daura. I brought the establishment of Federal Polytechnic Malumfashi. The two bills went through from the House to the Senate, and finally, Federal Polytechnic Daura was established. And you know by law, you cannot establish two federal polytechnics in one seat. I brought in this House a bill for the establishment of Federal College of Agriculture, Malumfashi. This House passed this bill. Over 1.5 years now, it has been laid in the Senate. And now the Senate has brought after a bill for the establishment of Federal University of Transportation, and we are now concurring it in the House. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just laying my complaint on the inability of the Senate over 1.5 years to do the something we are doing for them in this House. And I need the intervention of this House with regard to my bill laid in the Senate for over 1.5 years for the establishment of Federal College of Agriculture, Malumfashi. I raise my case, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, ahead of your ruling or guidance, I would like also to put on the records that his observations is quite valid. This is one House that stands on its own as an independent House. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you all know that we are not of any subordinate jurisdiction or subordinate circumstances or implication with the Senate. We are only of coordinate jurisdiction. It is a very valid observation, but I would like to plead with honorable members, not only Babangida, whoever may have this similar observation, should brief the office of the House Leader, because when a bill is transmitted to the Senate, it's now the bill of the House itself. It is my House, it is my bill, and I should stand as an ambassador of each and every member of this House to follow it up. So should there be any other member who may have similar point of complaint with regard to a bill that was passed and still languishing in the Senate for no reason, please pass on your briefing to me and I will do the needful. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I thank members and especially Honorable Babangida, who has brought to fore this idea or this matter of very important implication to our existence as an institution. I thank you and God bless the House of Representatives and the Federal Republic of
You just want one vote from Kasana.
Well, thank you very much, Leader.
Yeah, and it does not matter which party you belong. Even if it's Kayan Daddy, we will do it for you.
Thank you very much. The observation brought by Honorable Babangida, I think it was taken about 2 weeks ago on this same floor of the House. And about 2 weeks ago. And I remember the Speaker directed the clerk of the House to liaise with the clerk of the Senate towards ensuring that our bills there are taken. 2, he also directed that clerks of the relevant committees should also liaise with the other counterpart there because it's about us energizing. And also Honorable Flatter to do the same thing. And I want to report that from the day we spoke or that directive was given, about 5 bills have been taken. So far, I want to report. You can go there and confirm. It means then they are acting. Yes, it's emotional. Even on the floor today, within our own ranking, and it all depends on how we are working too. One of the bills that we consider today was committed to, or the report was laid sometimes last year. Within the same House, for me, when I was reading the background for the constitution, I felt that wasn't what is supposed to be done. It wasn't done rightly. All I will plead is that let us exercise patience while we pursue to ensure that the right thing is done for all of us. And I want to beg for understanding. That's all. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clerk, House Senate Committee on Rules and Business was with me yesterday. He came to complain that we have not been listing Senate concurrence bills. I say yes. I told him yes. It was a deliberate policy because you've been cheating on our bills, and members are angry to the extent that the Speaker pronounced categorically that we suspend taking your bills until when you start listing bills referred to from the House of Representatives, and he assured me that they have started and they will continue. That's the information I want to give. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just affirming what I said. Thank you. Leader, move that we revert to plenary to report progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. I rise to move that this House do revert to plenary to report progress to Committee of the Whole and Committee of Supply, respectively. I so move.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Chair and my colleagues, I second the motion as ably moved by the Leader of the House as a second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. The House is hereby to revert to plenary to report progress. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of Supply consider a report on the Committee on Police Affairs on the issuance from the statutory budget of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, the total sum of 65,905,252,467 naira only, out of which 948,810,609 naira 29 kobo only is for personal expenditure, and 8,857,106,527 naira 44 kobo only is for overhead expenditure. 56,335,330 naira 35 kobo only is for capital expenditure, while the sum of 9,805,917,136 naira 73 kobo only is for total recurrent personnel and overhead expenditure for the year ending 2022, and approved recommendations 1 to 4 of the report. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the bill for an act to establish the National Youth Service Corps Trust Fund for the purpose of providing sustainable source of funds for the National Youth Service Corps, skill acquisition, training and empowerment of corps members, training and training of personnel of the National Youth Service Corps, development of camps and NYC formations and facilities therein, approved, and for the matters approved, clauses 1 to 33, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the bill. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the bill for an act to prohibit late payment, non-payment, and on the payment of workers' wages, pension, and other emoluments in Nigeria, and prescribe penalty for violation and police matters, and approved clauses 1 to 6, the schedule, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of School of Mines and Geological Studies in Akoko, Edo, local government area of Edo State, and for legal matters approved clauses 1 to 25, the schedule, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The Speaker calls the House in the Committee of the Whole consider the report on a bill for an act to establish the Defense Research Development Bureau to conduct and coordinate robust research and development in the armed forces of Nigeria and for related matters. Approved clauses 2, 6, 9, 13, 16, 18, 19, clauses 20 to 28, and the long title and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Tertiary Education and Services on a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Education, Tudun Wada, Dankade, Kano State, to provide for full-time teaching courses, instructions and training of prospective teachers in social sciences, arts, sciences, humanities, management, and related matters. Approved clauses 1 to 26, the schedule, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the bill. Lastly, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal University of Transportation, Daura, Katsina State, and related matters, and approved clauses 1 to 35. The schedules, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. Leader, move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I rise to at this point move that the report of the Committee of the Whole and Supply be adopted. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the reports of the Committee of the Whole and the Committee of Supply. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Colleagues, we still have another supplementary order paper. Yes. Another supplementary order paper. I beg for your understanding. The next. It has not been distributed.
Honorable John Dye, you just came in. Please approach the, approach the Sergeant at Arms to pick your own. You came in late, that's why you couldn't have it. Please approach the Sergeant at Arms or the clerk to pick your own. John Dye, and I hope you put on your cap. While you rise to speak, you put on your cap, please. Honorable John Dye of the PDP.
Respected colleagues, the next order of the day is the third reading of Bill for an Act to repeal the Custom and Excise Management Act, Cap C45, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and other custom and excise legislation, and enact the Nigerian Custom and Excise Act 2022 to provide for the reform of the administration and management of custom and excise in Nigeria and for these matters, standing in the name of the House leader. All members recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 12 October 2022, and therefore call on the leader of the House to move that the bill be read the third time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My respected patient colleagues, I rise at this point in time to move as directed by the Honorable Speaker a bill for an act to repeal the Customs and Excise Management Act Cap 645, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and other customs and excise legislation, and enact the Nigerian Customs Service Bill 2022 to provide for the reform of the administration and management of customs and excise in Nigeria and for related matters, HB 1729, be taken the third time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Deputy Leader, Honorable Flatter, approach the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Flatter, quickly approach the chair.
Comrade Peter, here's the chair,
and revert to the leader. Approach the chair and revert to me.
I represent the good people of Akoko Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I hereby second the motion for the third reading of Bill number HB 1729. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. The next order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to the clerk's invited long title of the bill.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to repeal the Custom and Excise Management Act, Cap C45, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and other custom and excise legislation, and enact the Nigeria Customs Service Bill 2022 to provide for the reform of the administration and management of the custom and excise in Nigeria and for related matters. Third reading.
Bill read the third time and pass. The next order of the day is the third reading of the bill for an act to provide for the ease of doing business to ensure transparency, efficiency, and productivity in Nigeria and for related matters. Standing in the name of the House Leader, all members will call the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 12 October 2022. I therefore call on the Leader of the House to move that the bill be read the third time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My very respected colleagues, I remain Honorable Ado Dogwa, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, representing the good people of Tudunwada Dogwa Federal Constituency. My respected members, I am from Kano State. I move at this point once again to move as directed by the Honorable Speaker that a bill for an act to provide for ease of doing business and to ensure transparency, efficiency, and productivity in Nigeria and for related matters, HB 2015 be taken the third time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that a bill for an act to provide for the ease of doing business to ensure transparency, efficiency, and productivity in Nigeria and for related matters, HB 2015, be read for the third time.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to provide for ease of doing business to ensure transparency, efficiency, and productivity in Nigeria and for related matters. Third reading.
Bill read the third time and passed. The next order of the day is commencement review on the general principle of bill for an act to establish the National Institute for Agricultural Research, ORIA, Edo State, to provide for courses in the agricultural research and to make provision for the general administration of the institute and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Sergius Ogun, only members to call the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 15 July 2021. I now invite Ogun to move that the bill be read second time. Sergius.
Ogun. I represent Eastern Northeast, Eastern Southeast, and from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that a bill for an act to establish the National Institute for Agricultural Research, ORIA, Edo State, to provide for courses in agricultural research and to make provision for the general administration of the institute and for related matters, HB 1561 be read for the second reading. I so move.
Yes, sir. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Abdulghani Johnson. I represent the good people of Oshodi Solo Federal Constituency 2. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my friend, Honorable Zacchaeus Sargius Ogun, ably moved by him, the bill on the act to establish the National Institute for Agricultural Research, ORIA, in Edo State, to provide for courses in agricultural research and to make provision for the general administration of the institute and for related matters, HB 1561, for the second time. Thank you, sir. I
Those
so
in favor
second.
that the bill be read second time, say aye. Against any, that's have it. Honorable Babangida, I don't know whether he's around. This is one typical example. It was read the first time since July 15, 2021, over a year. So we beg for understanding. Thank you, thank you. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to establish the National Institute for Agricultural Research, ORIA, Edo State, to provide for courses in agricultural research and make provision for the general administration of the institute and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions. Respected colleagues, the next order of the day is a motion on the devastating effects of flooding across some states in Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Abubakar Hassan Fulata and 11 others. I think it's more than 11 others, 13 others. Thank you. Honorable Fulata is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Abubakar Hassan Fulata. I represent the New Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this is a consolidated motion on the devastating flood disaster across the country, sponsored by the following: Ahmed Idris Wase. So you should update your list: Ahmed Idris Wase, Honorable Ado Garba, Honorable Ndidi Edmelu, Honorable Vincent of Ofulemu, Honorable Mikey N. Lehman, Abubakar Hassan Fulata, Johnson Jones Oguma, Honorable Lawan Shatima, Honorable Khadija Bukar Abba, Honorable Abubakar Idris, Honorable Zakaria Galadima, Honorable David Idris Zakaria, Honorable Osai Nicholas Osai, Honorable Tijani Zana Zakaria, Honorable Ibrahim Umar, Honorable Ben Babajimi Benson, and Honorable Sad. These are the sponsors of this motion. So, Speaker, honorable colleagues, House notes that flooding is the most common disaster in Nigeria, as several communities increasingly suffer from annual flooding during the rainy seasons, caused by increased precipitation linked to human and natural causes and climate change. Aware of this year's ravaging effect of flood disaster across the country on the socio-economic well-being of the people and families, as well as communities, recall that the 2022 annual flood outlook released by the Nigerian Hydrological Survey Agency in May 2020 indicated that 102 local government areas in over 28 states would be affected by the flood. Also recalls that the states listed in the survey includes Rivers, Cross River, Delta, Lagos, Ondo, Sokoto, Kogi, Niger, Kaduna, Katsina, Gombe, Adamawa, FCT, Nasarawa, Delta, Ogun, Oyo, Oshun, Ekiti, Ebonyi, Edo, Abia, Anambra, Imo, Borno, Kano, Kebbi, Jigawa, and Plateau states. Further reports that the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, also asserted that 275 local government areas across 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory fall within the moderately probable flood risk areas, while remaining 397 local government areas fall within the low probable flood risk areas. National Emergency Management Agency further indicated that states likely to be affected are Borno, Yobe, Adamawa, Taraba, Bauchi, Plateau, Nasarawa, Benue, Niger, Kogi, Enugu, and Anambra states. The rest include Imo, Abia, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Edo, Ekiti, Oshun, Kwara, Zamfara, Sokoto, Lagos, Ondo, Bayelsa, Kaduna, Oyo, Ogun, Abia, Kano, Kebbi, and FCT. Also aware that the flooding and rainstorms and flood-related disasters have been reported in Kebbi, Akwa Ibom, Borno, Lagos, Ogun, Kano, Niger, Adamawa, Kaduna, Katsina, Yobe, Jigawa, displacing hundreds of thousands of people and creating hardships across the communities. Also note that Ida, Ibaji, Igbale, Mela, Odolu, and Ofu, 4 of the 21 local government areas in Kogi State, located in the eastern part of the state, and aware that the residents are agrarians who major in rice farming, yam, and others, including farming, including fishery and forestry, informed that Ilushi Odegume, pardon my pronunciations, honorable colleagues, Odegume, Okpiru, Okporok, Igbamaka, Atowo, Ineya, Odogo, Odieje, Odieto, Ifeku, Okpatao, Ikpodo, Okwoshiri, Adagu, and Allah Ajobe communities located in eastern and southern local government areas of Edo State and Esako Central, Osogmego, Odochi, Imo Kume, Agbabu, Ofuku, Udoba, Efeku, Anegbete, Okpeku, Ole, Esako East, Udenego, Adegbe, Sokwi, Emok, Neme, and Viodio, Ibiavia communities in Esako Federal Constituency of Edo State, ravaged by water resources, water from River State, from River Niger, leading to loss of livelihood, destroyed valuable public and private properties, and displaced hundreds of people, those resorting to the use of canoes to move their properties. Also worried that communities in Wasi, Federal Constituency, disrupted by. So I'll take that. Also worried that communities in Wasi Federal Constituency disrupted agricultural activities, destroyed livelihood, and damaged goods and properties, creating a huge humanitarian crisis in that part of Plateau State. Also worried that 3 local government areas that make up Ndoku, Ukwani Federal Constituency of Delta State, Ndokwa East Local Government Area, and some of the communities in Abo, Abala, Oshimili, Abala, Uno, Abala, Obodo, Ase, Asaba Ase, Onu, Abo, Akarai, Iyi, Onya, Umuolu, Obikwele, Ofo, Lagos, Iyede, Ame, Ashaka, Ushie, Oshisha clan, Ibrebe, Onu, Okporoko, Ibrede, Ibedeni, Uchi, Onu, Okpoko, Okpa, Beneku, Orobia, Okpokirikiri, Azagba, Ibioku, Abadagada, Iselegu, Ndokwa West Local Government Area, Kwale, Itagba Uno, Ndimili, Onicha, Ukuni clan, Etwa, Etit, Etwa, Oluogo, Ogume, Emu Uno, Emu Egbendo, Emu Iyasele, Emu Ebioma, Abi, Ikilibi, Okabi, Ulogwe, Esobe, etc. Okwani, local government area, Umwaja, Akoko Uno, Obi, Abete, Umutu, Eziopo clan, Umokwa clan, Amai clan, Ebede, Awa, Abi, Ebio Boma, Ebio Uruku, Ezionu, and Umiogu. Also affected are communities in Oi, Ayemelo Federal Constituency of Delta States. Disturbed that the flood has rendered hundreds of people homeless and destruction of properties in Plateau State, especially in Wase Federal Constituency. Also affected are 5 communities in Oniocha, Oshimili Federal Constituency of Delta State. Concerned that residents of those local government areas and communities now live in probable fear of the destruction of floods with attendant risk of displacement, destruction of property, and outbreak of communicable diseases. Cognizant that if urgent action is not taken by government, particularly with current economic realities, the inhabitants of these communities will continue to suffer hardship, risk contracting preventable diseases, and remain at the mercy of the floods. Also cognizant of the need to provide relief materials to the affected communities, House resolves: 1, to observe a minute silence for those who lost their lives in the floods. 2, urge the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and other related institutions to immediately provide relief materials and drugs for the inhabitants of the affected communities in the states. Also urge 3, also urge the Ecological Fund Office to provide funds for the construction of shoreline protection lines, protection in all the local government areas and communities in the affected states. Mandate the communities on environment and habitat to visit the affected communities and recommend measures to avoid future occurrences of flood in the affected communities and report back within 6 weeks for further successful action. Also mandate the committees on emergency and disaster management preparedness to interface with the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development to take urgent steps to address the disaster in the local government areas and ensure compliance. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Seconder, Bashir.
Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues, my name is Bashir Obama Shema. I represent Jama'are Itasgado Federal Constituency. I am from both states. I raise the second motion ably represented, ably raised by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against, say nay. Amendment? There's an amendment from Honorable Maki. Okay. Honorable Maki first. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Madam Dori Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make an amendment on this important motion. My amendment is to urge the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMA, to urgently go and start rehabilitation and reconstruction of corner Kaugama to Kaugama Town, and Gujungu to Hadeja Road. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
To his amendment. TJ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My respected colleagues, my name is Janika Ismail. I represent the good people of the Fellow of our Inferior constituency. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by Honorable Maki. I so second. The amendment raised by Honorable Maki. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion, amendment say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Another amendment. Yes, sir. We'll take all the amendments so that we'll come. Be patient. We'll get to you, sir.
Sir, my amendment is that we urge the Federal Ministry of Works and other such related agencies to fix all the roads and bridges damaged by the flood in all the affected areas. So, every local government, yes, sir. Yes.
Seconder, Kakali. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, my amendment is also to urge the... Yeah, I seconded, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. You still have another amendment? Okay. Then after you go to Basa just now.
Honorable Speaker, I remain Honorable Balarabe Shokakali. My amendment, sir, is to urge the Federal Ministry of Health, NCDC, and National Primary Care Development Agency to ensure early detection, prevention, and treatment of infectious diseases and other health challenges, particularly cholera, malaria, food poisoning, and issues of snake bites that are known to be very prevalent in areas ravaged by floods. Thank you, Excellency.
Kwanda, let me go to the estimate. Yes, sir. Sununu?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I am Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu. I represent Ingaski Shange, our federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. I rise to second the motion ably raised by my colleague. I so seconded, sir.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Just Basa.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues. I remain Honorable Abia Musa Aga. I represent Just North Basa Federal Constituency. I rise, Mr. Speaker, with an amendment that two communities in Just North local government that I represent were ravaged by the same floods. The names of the communities are Dangere and Rikos. So I want to urge the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and NEMA to, as a matter of urgency, provide relief materials to those affected communities. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
I think what they are supposed to do is move an amendment to include those areas. So we assume the names you have mentioned are the amendment you want it included in the list. So can we have seconder for him? Yes, sir. Behind TJ.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Honorable Olaifaji Maremu, representing Egbado North and Imekwa from Federal Constituency. I'm from Ogun State. I rise to second the motion to include 2 other local governments.
They are communities, not local government.
Okay, 2 communities, as mentioned by Honorable Musa. I so second.
Thank you. No, he has moved. We'll put the question first. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes. Aswaju.
Honorable Lake Abeji, this is my name. I represent the good people of Yaba Federal Constituency, and I'm also the Aswaju of the whole Yoruba in Kano State. I rise to move that the motion should be amended to include the most ravaged local government, which is Lokoja and Kotokarfi local government in Kogi State. As I speak, nobody can pass through these 2 local governments, and it's in the news. I also want to add that the Ministry of Transport sue Dredge, River Niger and Benue that is causing this overflooding in the state. I so move.
Seconder. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Lawrence Babatunde Ayeni. I represent Leisure West, Leisure East, Atagonsa West, Atagonsa East, Osun State. I rise to second the motion as moved by Honorable Leke.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. You still have another amendment? Yeah.
My name is Vincent Ekene Ufumelo Esquire. I represent Oyi Ayamel Federal Constituency. I'm from Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that my constituency is not from Delta, as read by the mover of the motion. That is number 1. I'm from Anambra State. Oyi Ayamel is from Anambra State. And also to move that the number of communities that was affected are Umerum community, Omo community, Iftogwari community, Umweje community, Omasi community, Ebahu community, and the Umumbo community. More especially in Anago, a lot of things has been affected here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleague. Let me not conclude without adding that the last amendment for dredging, that Omabala River should be included alongside with the River Niger to be dredged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. I so amend, Mr. Speaker. Thank
Any
you very
seconder
much.
to the amendment? Obanikoros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Representative Ibrahim Babajide of Banikoro. I rise to second the motion moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. The next order of the day there's one more. You gave me the order paper. No, we beg that when the person comes back, allow him to take it, and you agree. He's back. I could see him citing there. The next order of the day is a motion on board MISAP, Ogbo Federal Constituency and a negative effect of flooding in various states in Nigeria, standing in the name of Chukwuka Onyema. Onyema is invited to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I rise to move the motion on MISAP or the boat MISAP in Ogbaru Federal Constituency and negative effect of flooding in various states of Nigeria. The House notes that on the 7th of October 2022 was a dark Friday in Ogbaru Federal Constituency when a boat mishap led to the loss of lives, destruction of properties, thus rendering families, orphans, widows, and widowers. Actually, about 40-something people died in that boat mishap. And the bridge, this happened this morning, the bridge where the boat collided into or crashed into has finally actually fallen into the river, so it has cut off the people of that area. Then, the House also notes that such sad events happened in Niger, Kebbi, Kano, Rivers, Bayelsa, Ogun, Adamawa, and Bauchi states and Enugu state, to mention a few. The House is aware that the National Inland Waterways Authority has the mandate to provide regulations for safe water transportation, amongst others, but neglected its functions as provided by the Establishment Act and should be held responsible for the incessant boat mishaps in the country. The House is also aware that Honorable Igariwe Iduma and Sadiq Ibrahim had in November 2015 raised a motion on the need to build the Dasin Hausa multipurpose dam. The House is disturbed that construction of the Dasin Hausa dam initiated by the Nigerian government over 40 years ago to contain waters released from the Lagdon Dam of Cameroon without such a destructible loss is yet to be completed. I also informed that this year's flooding is more than that of 2012 and could be much higher in future as a result of climate change if nothing serious is done to contain it. House is also disturbed that many roads, bridges, schools, school buildings, health facilities, markets were damaged by the torrential flooding across the country. House is concerned that the deplorable condition of the only road that traverses from Anambra State to Rivers through the Onitsha, Tani, Oguipele, Ase, Ndoni route was abandoned for over 20 years, resulted in the waterways as the only means of transportation for the people of Ogbaru Federal Constituency, especially during the rainy season. The House is also concerned that there could be an outbreak of epidemics as a result of the stagnant waters and polluted rivers if nothing is done to address the flooding. The House resolves to: 1. Observe 1 minute silence in honor of those who lost their lives. 2. Urge the National Emergency Disaster Management Agency to send relief materials to the flooded areas across the country. Also urge the National Inland Waterways Authority to initiate and supervise safe water transportation policy across the country. The House further urge the Central Bank of Nigeria and its subsidiaries to collate data of individuals in the affected areas, as well as provide support funds to ensure quick recovery from the impact of flooding. 5. Again urge the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing and Federal Road Maintenance Agency to commence the rehabilitation construction of Osomalo, Oguipele, Asendoni Road, amongst others damaged by the flood. 6. Urge the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency to provide and administer vaccines against waterborne diseases and epidemics in the affected areas. 7. Mandate the Committee on Water Resources to investigate circumstances surrounding the non-completion of the Dasin Hausa Dam project after 40 years and report back within 8 weeks for further legislative action. And finally, also mandate committees on works, NEMA, water resources, healthcare services, and waterways to ensure compliance and report back to the House within 6 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, Honorable Nasu. Yes. Yeah. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Okay. Colleagues, can we rise for 1 minute silence, please? The source of peaceful departure is perfect peace. Respected colleagues, this morning we took a motion on need to investigate the sale of Polaris Bank, and we have the following to serve us at the ATO committee. Honorable Henry as chairman, Sada Soli member, Victor Mela member, Plenary 12th member, Olufemi Bamidele member, Ahmed Yusuf Tijani member, Munir member, Solomon Mare member, Shehu Balarbi member. Thank you. Can you kindly move for the suspension of our rules to enable us to adopt the person position of today?
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues, members of the House, I rise to move that we suspend our relevant rules to enable us adopt votes and proceedings of today. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Chairman Rus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'm Obakar Saflata. I represent Plenary 12th Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. The leader of the House, I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, move for the adoption of the votes and proceedings of today. But before then, maybe a little correction of Honorable Henry, you are the chairman of the committee. The caption of their motion is that to investigate the sale of Polaris Bank and review the terms. They review the terms we have taken off because you are supposed to investigate. In the course of investigation, any other thing could come up. And we're looking at also our mandate as legislators. We do not have the latitude to review any other thing rather than to investigate and report. That's primarily our own function. Thank you. So that for record purposes. Thank you. Leader. Yes, sir. For the adoption of votes and procedure of today.
Okay, suspension. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise to move that this House do adopt the votes and proceedings of today's sittings, the 12th day of October 2022, for obvious legislative reasons. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Abubakar Samflata. I represent Plenary 12th Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I move to second the motion ably moved by the leader of the House. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. Colleagues, you remember this morning ended debate on the budget 2023. In light of this, committees are expected to break into action and ensure the return of their own reports. And with this, with the permission of the Speaker and his own instruction, we are supposed to break plenary while proceeding continues in terms of committee functions. As from today, the plenary will be adjourned to 15th of November. We want to plead with our committees to work tirelessly and ensure the return report as expected. Thank you very much for your maximum cooperation. So, Leader, move for the adjournment of the House to 15th of November 2022.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, based on the fact that you have already mentioned the date and the time, which of course should have obviously come from this end, so I rise to second the motion as ably moved.
I only follow the guide, and the guide stipulates this thing I have read. It doesn't
you know, Mr.
mean
Speaker,
that I'm the person. I have done motion from here. I don't have that right. Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, you told me the date. You told me officially.
Yes, just like when I'm asking you to move a motion,
So I expected you
I
allow
read
me
to you
break the news.
the motion you are supposed to read. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I still want to insist that I second the motion.
No, sir.
Ably moved by the honorable
I don't have that. That's what I did is a parliamentary procedure.
Okay.
And I am following that strictly.
I remain guided, sir.
Thank you.
I therefore rise as directed by the Honorable Speaker to move that this Honorable House do adjourn till Tuesday, 15th day of November 2022 by 11 a.m. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so very authoritatively move, authoritatively from this office, move that we adjourn accordingly.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Dode Godwin Elumelu, and I represent the good people of Anyocho Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State and a friend of the newest OON, Adogoa. I second the motion moved by him that will do tentatively adjourn till November 15th. I so second.
I hope this should not serve as a discouragement to members to work tirelessly towards returning the report by 15th. for now, we want to believe members are capable and they will do the job, and we'll have our report and we'll resume by 15. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. Plenary is hereby adjourned to 15th of November 2022.